Montana. 2 people per square mile. It's wild, it's huge, and here, only the toughest can survive. Rick and Nathaniel are big game hunters. For them, every season is the start to a new adventure.
Fun, excellent.
Scott and Jerry know the mountains better than anyone. They are trappers and proud of it.
I think I may have got one.
The Hollandbecks and Arthans have maintained their family ranch for generations. And they're ready to do whatever it takes to make it last for generations to come.
I'll get the last one.
Welcome to Montana, the land of the Wild West.
Got a kitten track.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, big herd elk. Wow. Soft as a flannel diaper.
These are powerful little traps. Whack.
Musty? Woohoo! Moving now, buddy.
That's how it is around here, I guess.
Montana is not only a wilderness where wild animals reign supreme, it's also a breeding ground. Cows, bison, sheep, goats. Everywhere around the state, there are huge ranches where the descendants of the first pioneers exploit the land and livestock. In the eastern part of Montana, close to the small village of Molt, is the ranch where the Hollandbeck family lives. Henry, Sarah, their son Rhett, and their 5,000 sheep. Their flock of sheep is known for the quality of the wool and meat. But there's also another reason why the family is known throughout the state, the rodeo. Because at the Hollandbecks, rodeo championships have been passed down through generations.
We're definitely a rodeo family. My granddad did it, then my dad, my mom, they both rodeoed. And now I'm taking on the tradition of rodeoing. And had a little boy, Rhett, and hoping that he sees the future in it.
Henry competes in 2 specialties. First, the tie-down roping. The goal, to catch a calf with a lasso and tie up 3 of its feet together. The second, steer wrestling, a test that consists of grabbing a steer weighing more than 400 pounds with your bare hands, throwing it on the ground, and getting its 4 legs in the air. The whole process has to happen as quickly as possible. Henry has been the Montana champion several times and has defended the state colors in a competition that takes place every summer with the best rodeo champions from all over the United States. He's one of the most respected competitors and definitely one with some of the most experience.
I probably started roping when I was 5, 6 years old. Probably off a horse, 7, 8 years old at Brandings, but I didn't start competition till probably 11 years old. At 5 years old, you know, I started being a cowboy, following my dad around, and he'd saddle my horse for me, and off we'd go. It's natural to become a rodeo cowboy because when you're out in the hills and stuff, something needs doctored or something. As little kids with your dad, we went out and roped it. So then it just kind of grew on you that.
But for the Hollandbecks, the rodeo is much more than a sport. Success in this competition is also good for business.
Rodeo is important to our whole family because of how it ties into everything that we do as a family. We market livestock. We travel around the state and buy other people's livestock. So when you come to town, they see you and it's like, hey, you're at my hometown. It's not so much all about money and all about prizes. It's about the communities that you go and get involved in.
Today is a special day for Henry. He's preparing for the final round of the season to be held in Great Falls, a town more than 200 miles from the Hollandbecks. This competition will be decisive in determining whether Henry will retain his championship title.
I'm going up there to try to win as much money as I can and to win 2 different titles. I've done pretty well all season long, but this is the finals. It was a good summer, but the job's not done yet. And when the rodeo's over, it's end of the year, and hopefully you come out on top. Trying to make sure that I got a lot of speed on my rope. You can hear it whistle. And then also when I throw, I get lots of zing to it.
At first glance, Henry is ready to do battle with his competitors, but he's not the only one who has to be in perfect condition. If Henry is to be a great champion, he needs to have by his side precious allies, his horses. In the Big Hole Valley, the snow has been falling continuously for 2 weeks, very deep and very thick. The snow layer would block any vehicle that's not equipped with tracks. And because Scott and Suzy live far from everything in the middle of the forest, they must be able to reach the village located about 10 miles from home in case of an emergency, even in the worst conditions.
When we decided to live where we live, transportation was the #1 concern. We had 2 snowmobiles. We got stuck a lot of times. Then we went with the truck with tracks. And we spent a lot of time digging out that truck with tracks because if it fell off the road that I had tried to beat down, it would get stuck on its side. And it would take about 8 hours to dig that out.
So Scott and Suzy made a wise investment. Now they have the vehicle that can save them from the most extreme situations, the Snowcat.
The Snowcat is able to put down a 10-foot wide road, move over, and you get about a 15-foot wide road that constantly, by grooming that about every other snowstorm, it gives you a hard base so that you don't get stuck with the other vehicles. So it's the insurance policy that keeps us going. Usually, I only groom when I know I'm going to be coming out of the mountains. That may be once every 2 weeks, once every 3 weeks. Some winters, you only do it 6 times. This winter, I've done it 12.
And when Scott spends the day in his Snowcat, the mountain man suddenly turns into a rocker.
The Snowcat's a pretty noisy machine. I'm in a big boy toy. And the only thing that goes with a big boy toy is big boy music. And so rock music makes me think that for a few minutes in time, I'm king of the mountain.
Suzy has her own quad, so she can go to the village when she needs to. But today, she's stuck at home.
That's good.
Suzy broke an important piece off the quad when entering the garage, the light bar that's attached to the roof of the vehicle.
So when you're coming in, we're dropping off the snow here.
Right.
We hit right there.
Yeah, that's a little bit lower right there, too.
Yeah,
the
with
log
this
is.
snow, we may have to dig some more of the snow out to get under here.
Okay.
However, in the Big Hole Valley, driving the quad in the middle of winter without lights is definitely not an option.
Coming back without light over the snow, you do not have the benefit of shining ahead and seeing where your posts are with the reflections. You do not have the benefit of seeing ahead so you can prepare for turns and bumps and places where the road changes. She could go off the road and go over embankments. She could get stuck very easily by just falling off the trail. And with the temperature being -5 to -30, she probably would have had a difficult time making it back to the house in those conditions. And that creates an instant life and death situation.
Let me get a hammer.
Scott will be gone for 2 weeks. I'll be up here by myself, so I really depend on this as my form of transportation. I can't start the snowmobiles. It's just too difficult, and driving the truck is a little tricky with the tracks, much more difficult and complicated than this. So this is what I rely on.
Scott and Suzy don't have a choice. Despite the big flakes of falling snow, it has to be repaired. Meanwhile, close to the small town of Wilsall, life is busy on the Arthan family ranch, 6,000 acres of land with more than 500 cows. Meet Ron Arthan, the patriarch of the family. His great-grandparents were Norwegian and arrived in Montana during the gold rush of the 19th century. Since then, the Arthans have been ranching from generation to generation.
It's been where we lived. It's home. There are tough times, but you definitely have a job. And you need to get it done.
Ron manages the property with his wife, Kale, their daughter, Haley, and her husband, James. At the Arthans, the ranch is a family story.
Ranching is not a career. Yes, it's a business, but it's more than that. It's a feeling. It's a way of life.
Between the members of the family, everyone has their personality, and above all, their way of intervening in the affairs of the ranch.
James would be the person that we all call for help. He'd be the one to weld anything that broke down. He's the calm one that would rescue anyone. My dad works hard for his age. He kind of just does the daily chores, you know, like the cows have to be fed every day. My dad's feeding the cows every day. My mom is the brains, I would say, kind of behind a lot of the decisions, because she doesn't think with emotions. She does all the bookwork. My role, I'd say, is similar to my mother. I tell James and my father what to do that day a lot of the time, which maybe they don't like.
This morning is the day of vaccinations for the cows in the herd that will give birth to calves by the end of the winter. So the whole family's been mobilized to bring them to the corral. Even James and Haley's 2 sons, aged 9 and 6, are here to lend a helping hand. For the Arthans, this day is perhaps one of the most important of the winter, because an unvaccinated female could catch a disease and pass it on to her calf. Haley is in charge of preparing the vaccines, and all the cows have to be vaccinated.
They recommend 8 to 10 weeks before the cows calve, so we get them in. They follow the tractor, the pickup with the hay bale. We chase them, and then they go down an alleyway into a chute, and we usually can give about 6 cows a shot.
I'll get the last one. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Got her. Okay.
There's 4 diseases that the vaccine guards against. These all cause scour, which is basically diarrhea for your baby calves, and they become extremely dehydrated. If you don't give them this vaccine and they get scours, they'll die within 1 day. Give it to their mom so that it is in their colostrum, so that when the calves nurse the first time, they get that colostrum and they get those antibodies, and then they won't get sick, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
The first vaccinations took place without any problems. However, For the Arthan family, the day is far from over. There are still more than 450 cows to vaccinate. At Canyon Mountain, Nathaniel Browning continues to prepare for his next hunting season. He hiked up the hills to find an area where a herd of elk may have ventured. One of the animals in the herd could very well serve as future prey for the hunter.
Elk tracks through here.
In order to be a good hunter, you should know the patterns and the habits of the game that you're hunting throughout the year. Forms a deeper connection with it. You're gonna have a better knowledge of the animals themselves, and henceforth more likely to be successful and more likely to have a meaningful, sacred hunt.
Fresh elk scat into the bathroom. This is from melted down in here. It's frozen now. This is from last night. So they just came through here recently. So I'm gonna get on some of these tracks and see where they go, and maybe maybe the herd is just up over this mountain here. We'll see if it's on the other side of the ridge. And there's coyotes who are following the elk herd too, it looks like. Whole bunch more sign through here.
To hunt down the herd, Nathaniel must put himself in the mindset of the animal whose only goal is to survive.
When the wintertime, the elk are fighting many different factors to survive through the winter. They're always going to be looking for food. They're always going to be having to stay warm. They want to conserve as much energy as they possibly can, and they're going to want to be able to look out for predators. When you think of it the way an elk is thinking of it, then you can get into their head and figure out where would be the best place for me to go at this time of the year.
Nathaniel is following the footsteps of a herd he's been tracking for several months.
Last night, they came through.
He spotted them 2 days ago, several miles from here. To figure out where they went, he took into account the direction of the wind and the presence of predators. The herd lives permanently with the risk of being attacked by coyotes, cougars, and wolves. Any of those predators can kill an elk in an instant.
I know the elk are going to walk into the wind just because they can smell everything ahead of them to know where there's any danger.
Now that he's found the herd's tracks, Nathaniel has to analyze the topography of the region so he can figure out their final destination.
So these are coming through here. There's gonna be more up here. We'll be able to see them easier in this snow. They come to these open wind-scoured ridges so that they can actually get to all the grass and everything. This time of the year is really harsh with them when the snow gets really packed down like this, because they can't paw through to get anything to eat. So they'll look for these wind-swept ridges. So our best chance of finding them this time of the year is to find these areas where you can actually see the grass, where the snow is melted off and the wind has scoured it away. So we'll track these up through here. There's a little canyon, another big open slope that's probably windswept, so the elk will probably be out there. We'll go see if I can see any of their big tracks through here. I think if I get a little higher in elevation, I'll be able to look down over this, see if the elk are down in there, because they came through here in the last night. It's kind of exciting to be this close to them this time of the year because they travel over a long distance, so we're on the right path right now. We stick to these open, wind-scoured ridges. We should be able to find them.
I also knew that they'd want to sit in the sun and warm up during the day, and so I was looking for a combination of safety, shelter, and food for the elk.
Nathaniel Browning continues to track. Surely the herd must be close by. Back in the south-central region of Montana, close to the small village of Molt, Henry is preparing to leave for Great Falls, a town 200 miles from the ranch and where the last rodeo competition of the season will take place. The state championship. This will determine whether or not Henry will keep his championship title. Before taking to the road, Henry makes his final preparations. The most important thing is to make sure that the horses are in the best condition to travel.
Putting some bedding down for the horses to make it kind of a soft ride for them and warm their feet up.
Henry competes with Ray Day for the tie-down roping, where he catches a young calf with a lasso, and with Rooster for the steer wrestling, where he throws himself on a steer and takes it down with his bare hands. Each horse has its own personality and qualities, and both are the result of Hollandbeck breeding, which is famous for exceptional rodeo horses sold across the state. A single horse from their breeding program sells for over $50,000 at auction. At the ranch, Henry is currently raising about 40 rodeo horses and tries to sell at least 2 of them on the market every year. But Ray Day and Rooster will never leave the ranch. For Henry, they're much more than just mounts. The champion sees them as his partners.
Those 2 horses are probably just as important as me. Without them, I can't be as fast as I can be.
Get all the snow out of their feet, check their shoes.
So I take the utmost care of them because they gotta be just as able to do their job as I am mine.
Just checking the snowpack to make sure there's 3 nails on each side. 1, 2, 3. Just here on this side, make sure that they ain't sprung.
Ray Day, he's the best horse in Montana 2 years ago. And we take great pride in that because we raise him. And that I got the opportunity to ride him, and we own it. Ray Day and I were best friends.
This leg wrap on to help the suspensory. This guy's a little bit older, where I gotta take care of him a little bit more than the other one. Try to make the ride as comfortable as possible.
For Henry, every detail counts. During the winter, the Montana roads can be tricky, and a simple wrong movement during the travel could result in an injury to Ray Day or Rooster. If that happened, Henry would be forced to forfeit the competition.
I think the 2 horses, you could very easily say they're part of the family. I mean, we, at competitions and stuff, we make sure they eat before we eat. We make sure they get a drink of water before we even take a drink of water. You always put them almost first. And part of that is because without them, we wouldn't be here.
Let's go rodeo.
For this last round of the season, Henry will go to Great Falls with his family, Sarah and Rex. But due to the weather and all the snow on the road, it will probably take more than 6 hours to get there. Back in the Big Hole Valley, the Olson home is still under snow, but Scott and Suzy are not about to get comfortable. The light bar on Suzy's quad broke as she returned the vehicle to the garage.
So I need to bend it just a little bit
On
more.
the bracket.
Coming in without lights, you're basically holding that door open with a flashlight to see where you're going. It can be a life and death situation.
Take this bracket
They
off.
don't have a choice. They have to fix it.
And then we'll put the nut back on the back.
The 2 small brackets that attach the light bar to the roof are broken. So Scott and Suzy will have to solve this problem on their own.
No, I'll replace
Living
this.
remotely, you do not have access to a hardware store where you can just on a whim run down and get the nut, the bolt, the nail, the bracket. You cannot go online and have it there immediately from Amazon. So if a machine breaks down, you fix it.
Did you get it?
No, it doesn't feel like I'm making much progress at all with it.
That's not good. Maybe it's turning inside. Let's see your ratchet.
A nut or something?
It's a hexagonal nut. Yeah, you're twisting.
Uh-huh.
Okay. It's always true what the easiest project has its own little quirks. And about the only thing you can say is really?
Fortunately, Scott and Suzy are prepared for all situations on their property. They have their own forge, which Scott uses to make the metal objects they'll need, just like the settlers did before him.
Indians would use kettles. When they wore it out, got a hole in the bottom, rather than doing the white man technique of throwing it in the dump pile, the Indians cut it up and made little tinklers, made copper spoons, made whatever they could, because they knew they didn't have easy access to those kind of products. So when you live self-reliant-wise, you learn to take everything you can and save it, knowing you might need it later for another purpose.
So Scott will have to transform 2 small pieces of metal he found at his workshop into brackets to hold the light bar in place.
So much more comfortable being in here out of the wind. Makes a big difference, doesn't it?
It's that wind makes it so cold you can't feel your hands, but in here I can feel them just fine. Ready? Sure, that looks pretty good.
Tight enough, Ben?
Yep, I think so.
The day is coming to an end in the Big Hole Valley. Hopefully, Scott's makeshift repair will work. Meanwhile, close to the small town of Wilsall, the Arthan family is in the middle of a vaccination day. All the females in the herd who'll give birth to a calf by the end of the winter must be vaccinated to avoid endangering the lives of their calf. But vaccinating several hundred cows in one day isn't easy. Everything possible must be done to minimize stress to the animals. During the procedure, each action must be performed with utmost precision to avoid any risks.
Working with cow, too, it's kind of dangerous. You have to be careful. You don't want to get kicked, because if you surprise them, they could kick, and that could be a bad problem for you. So just have to be careful. Remember, they weigh 1,300 pounds, and I'm not quite that big yet, but I'm headed there.
The cows some of them are, would be 7, 8 months pregnant when you're doing the vaccination. It's just like any mother who's heavily pregnant, increased stress from exercise or falling could lead to labor, preterm labor. So that's why we're careful. Everyone's quiet when we're chasing the cows. Everyone moves slowly, just so that they don't slip, they don't get super excited, they don't try to jump a fence, and everything moves smoothly.
Everybody knows it's going to take some time. I got that one. Do you get them all?
Yeah, it leaked on my last one.
You want the last one done?
It just leaked a little bit after I gave her a shot.
Okay. Sometimes it takes more patience than we have, but most of the time we're good.
But for the Athens, this is not their first day vaccinating. And in the corral, everything is organized to perfection. At the end of the day, the work is done. The 500 cows in the herd have been vaccinated. Before returning home for a well-deserved rest, Ron goes to his favorite place on the ranch. A huge plateau overlooking the property. Ron regularly comes alone after a hard day's work.
I come over here to think. I come over here, I take a walk. Yeah, I do that. I actually like it over here better than up there, because up there I'm busy all the time. If you went up about 14 miles as a crow flies, that's where my grandparents came from, Norway. And that's where they settled. And They came out of the mountains with a little bit of money, and they bought a little land south of Wilsall, and it just kind of kept going a little bit, and it gave us all an opportunity. So I do like the place. I've been raised here, though I don't know a lot else, you know. It's good country, good people. It's a heritage. This will be the 4th generation. So, and the guys started with nothing. Came from Norway and started with nothing, so I'm pretty fortunate.
Times are hard for the ranchers in this area. In Wilsall, it's increasingly difficult to keep his family going by raising livestock. Near the Arthan Ranch, several families have recently sold their land to recover their losses and move to the city. But Ron is determined to keep his ranch, whatever it costs, and he intends to pass it on to his family, just like his Norwegian ancestors did for him. Back at Canyon Mountain, Nathaniel Browning is still tracking a huge herd of elk.
Fresh elk sign here.
He's been tracking this herd in the hills for several months so he can trace his trail as soon as the next hunting season opens.
So we've got a lot of elk moving through here right now. You can see there's a ton of tracks, so I'm on to a big herd of them. So I'm gonna keep after them. Maybe I'll be able to track them down yet today before we lose the light.
I can usually tell by the tracks approximately how long it's been since the elk passed through. In this case, I was able to reach down and know that it had been there within a couple hours. They just passed through.
The track is getting hotter. Nathaniel may be able to spot the herd by climbing to the top of the ridge.
The elk are right there. They're right over the hill. They're up around over the top, bedded down by this fence line. Can't believe they haven't seen me or heard me, but we've got the wind in our direction, so they can't smell me right now. Oh my gosh, wow. There's gotta be 150, 200 elk up here. They're all across the open, scattered in the trees. They're all over the place. Big herd elk. And this is a great place. These elk look like they're traveling up and down from the mountain down low to feed. They'll probably do this throughout the year, hang out in this area, so I know this herd moves through here. But I bet they'll have their babies up here in the spring too, because it's a nice protected area with a lot of feed. They've got water down in these creek bottoms here, good shelter up in the timber, and good feed down here in these windswept ridges. My gosh, there's a lot of elk. Yeah, that's a big herd of elk. Beautiful animals.
I didn't want the elk to see me at that time because if they got scared and nervous and had to run off for some reason, they panicked, they're gonna use a lot of energy doing that. And the last thing I wanna do is stress out the animals this time of the year, because it's a hard damn time of the year in Montana in the middle of the winter, and you need every calorie that you have just to stay alive.
It's life and death struggle for these elk out here every day. I don't want to put any more stress on them. They don't even know I'm here. So I'm gonna sneak down out of here before they know I'm here.
Nathaniel has to leave the ridge quietly and without being spotted by the animals. But his day of tracking was promising. He'll be able to track the herd's movements over the next few weeks and will be ready for the opening of the next hunting season.
If I can take one of the animals from that herd, I think that would be a wonderful thing to be able to do.
Further north, the Hollandbeck family arrives in the city of Great Falls after more than a 6-hour drive. Henry will compete in the final rodeo event of the year, the state championship, which will decide the title. And he intends to win it. He made the trip with Sarah and Rhett, their 9-month-old son, who's going to see for the first time his father in competition. In the town, there's a lot of excitement. Everything's been prepared to welcome the greatest champions of the state for a big rodeo weekend. Arriving, Henry has no time to lose. The first round of the competition will take place in just a few hours.
When I'm up at Great Falls and I start bringing my horses out of the stalls, I'm already mentally prepared because I start earlier in the day when you're getting dressed. When I'm putting on my cowboy uniform and getting ready to go. Even though you could consider me a veteran at the sport now because I've been doing it for so long, I still get nervous a little bit, but it's more of a nervous that's excited and ready to get down to business. And, you know, the same way with my horses. They're a little bit nervous, but they're ready to get to business.
They're doing some warm-up stuff up at the arena right now. That's the Coliseum. Where we'll be is over there.
Here, Henry is one of the most respected competitors. He's the reigning champion and intends to earn that title again this season.
He's known as the Mr. All-Around Cowboy of Montana, and he seems to hold that title almost every year.
Sarah didn't know anything about the rodeo until she met Henry, a native of California. She quickly realized that, in Montana, rodeo is a true religion.
When I first started dating Henry, I would ask him questions like, "Oh, do you go fishing?" He'd be like, "No." I'd be like, "Okay, do you go hunting?" And he's like, "No, I don't like hunting." And I'm like, "What do you do for fun?" "I rodeo." And I was like, "What?" You know, you live in Montana. I couldn't think of anything else besides hunting and fishing that Montanans did. Okay, well, I guess it's Montana. That's probably a big thing out there.
For Henry, the first warm-ups are a good opportunity to gauge the animals he's going to have to catch several hours before the start of the first round. The atmosphere between the competitors is still relaxed. They compete all year round, and they know each other pretty well.
We're all family in the rodeo. We're kind of like brothers and sisters where we kind of fight a little bit, but we all get along and like each other and help each other out and stuff.
The competition takes place in the evening, and like every rodeo, for Henry, the walk to the arena is a very special moment.
Harder to see. When you take your horses up to the arena, it's a great moment because it's a 10-minute walk up and it's dark. And you know when you get to the end of that darkness that there's gonna be these lights and all these people. So it's a time that you can reflect of why you do it. Why do you put yourself and your body and your horses through all this triumph through all year long to walk down this black road and then there be light. It's usually 25 below, but when you get there, it's warm. Everybody's there, your family's there, friends, and a ton of people that are happy and ready to party and ready to watch you.
In the bleachers, Sarah is waiting for Henry to start. He'll be up in a few minutes, and for her, these are perhaps the longest minutes of the entire competition.
There's always the thought of them getting hurt. I mean, they're on horses, and it's a live-action rodeo, so you never know what could happen. He's had a couple close calls, so those thoughts always run through your mind. But he's been doing it since he was very young, so.
Henry remains focused. The crowd knows that it's up to him to defend his title. So far, the season has gone well for him, and he remains in first place in the championship. To wind up once again in the lead, he now has to finish the job.
People know what to expect from me. And that's probably a little bit of the pressure, is people know that I'm a good competitor, so they expect me to do well. And that's where I don't want to set up for failure. I go in there knowing what I have to do. I know where I'm at in the rankings. My number one goal is to win the year-end title.
In a few minutes, it will be Henry's turn. His season will be determined in the few seconds that he'll have to catch the calf with his lasso. In the Big Hole Valley, Scott and Suzy must now check to see if the two metal parts they fabricated will allow them to repair the light bar on the quad. If they fail, Suzy will not be able to use the device during Scott's absence. She'll be stuck in her house for 2 whole weeks.
I like it. I like it. I think it's good.
For Scott and Suzy, it's the moment of truth.
Voila!
Hey, we've got it again. Good. It feels solid.
That's pretty solid.
The angle looks good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's not going anywhere.
Good.
The repair was a success, but as is often the case with the Olsons, once you think you're done, there's inevitably something more to do.
The whole idea is you get that to drop down in there.
Right. It's going to be a little more abrupt drop.
That's all right.
Before they can finally go home, Scott and Suzy have to remove the snow that raised the passage for returning the quad to the garage.
Yeah, you probably have more ice here, too, from where it melted.
Okay, you kind of seen where I want to throw it.
I'm not real sure I got it. You better show me one more time.
Though having to face the most difficult situations,
I don't understand that.
Scott and Suzy managed to take things one day at a time and with a good dose of humor.
Oh, you missed a spot right there.
Really?
Living in the wilderness, we have to be each other's best friend. We have nobody else to play with. We have nobody else to talk to but ourselves, each other. But we also have a common bond through the goals, through the desires, through the values that we hold dear, that has bonded us together over the years to make us stronger, stronger than anything nature can throw at us. And whenever you get in stressful situations in the wilderness, humor is the best option.
Hold it.
Scott and Suzy's efforts have paid off. The quad is not going to spend the night in the snow, but they will soon have to fix the problem of the entrance to the garage.
Get the ladders. The thing that we learned here is because of the snow, the way it drifts with the patterns from the buildings, it forms deeper snow in certain areas. So now I'm going to, this spring on my project list, raise the roof about 4 inches so that I don't have this problem again.
Well, it's really satisfying to know that we have the tools and the means, and he has the knowledge to deal with these challenges, and we can fix it. It may not be ideal, but it's certainly enough to get us by, and another good day here that's not a huge setback for us. Right.
Indeed, after 37 years of life together, Scott and Suzy, as a couple, are ready to face all the hardships that nature throws their way.
She has strengths that I don't have. I have strengths that perhaps she's lacking. But I realize how blessed I am to have a partner, not only a companion, my best friend, my lover, my wife, mother of my children, but I have somebody that compliments me, that makes me a better man. And I don't know of any greater blessing that a man could have, especially a wilderness man like myself, than to have a wilderness woman. And that is by far my greatest treasure that I have in my life.
Well, let me hold the drill for a second.
You wanted to sleep out tonight?
The night will soon fall on the Big Hole Valley, and after a long day out in the snow, Scott and Suzy will finally be able to get warm.
You hear the echo?
Uh-huh.
Hope the fire's going.
Montana, 2 people per square mile. It's wild, it's huge, and here, only the toughest can survive. Rick and Nathaniel are big game hunters. For them, every season is the start to a new adventure.
Fun, excellent.
Scott and Jerry know the mountains better than anyone. They are trappers and proud of it.
I think I may have got one.
The Hollandbecks and Arthans have maintained their family ranch for generations. And they're ready to do whatever it takes to make it last for generations to come.
I'll get the last one.
Welcome to Montana, the land of the Wild West.
Got a kitten track. Okay.
Oh my gosh, big herd elk. Wow.
Soft as a flannel diaper.
These are powerful little traps. Whacked.
Musty? Woohoo! Moving now, buddy.
That's how it is around here, I guess.
The Beartooths. In the south of Montana, it's a huge mountain range that rises 12,000 feet. Nestled at the foot of the mountains, the town of Absorki and its 1,200 inhabitants are settling down for a long and hard winter. One of its residents, Rick Matzik, is an experienced hunter. Part of the year, he's a truck driver, and the other part, he hunts big game.
I'm a 5th-generation Montanan. My great-great-great-grandparents were in Virginia City in the gold rush in 1864. I'm a heavy equipment operator, truck driver. In years gone by, I had an outfitting business, road building business, landscaping business. Kind of do whatever it takes to scratch out a living here. It's kind of intense. You have about an 8-month season to make a year's worth of wages in, and winters are usually pretty brutal. The thing that makes life in Montana so much different than any place else is the simple fact you have to be, for the most part, very diversified to survive here.
Rick is an old-fashioned hunter. He makes his own bullets. His favorite rifle is a Shiloh Sharp that was custom-made for him. It's a single-shot black powder rifle, the same weapon the early explorers of the American West used in the middle of the 19th century.
I started hunting when I was about 4 years old with my grandfather. A big reason for the hunting was to put meat on the table. It's a food source. But that's kind of wrapped inside of just being out in the wilderness and experiencing all the things that are out there. It's the greatest schoolhouse in the world. There's nothing that you can maneuver or finagle. I mean, it's pretty much a black and white world. If you go out, if you're stupid, you'll pay the consequences, and sometimes that might be your life.
This is Casey, one of Rick's friends, another talented hunter renowned throughout the area.
Morning, Rick.
His specialty, tracking mountain lions.
How you doing, Casey? Oh, just seeing what you're up to. What are you up to?
I'm building a gong for some long-range shooting.
Long range, huh?
Yeah.
How far?
Oh, 800.
Bullshit.
No, true story.
With the black powder?
Yeah. He didn't think I could hit my ass with either hand, so at that point I challenged him to prove that one way or the other. If I was successful, he would make his services as a lion hunter available to me, and in the event that I was talking bullshit, that I would make available to him my skills to take him elk hunting.
All right, I'll take that bet.
You're on that?
I'm on that. I didn't honestly think he could make that shot with that big of a rifle. Especially with the Sharps rifle, that's all open sights, single shot. I've never seen it done before.
You realize how far 800 yards is? This is going to be a pretty small target that far away. I may not even be able to see it.
Yeah, it's not nearly as fancy as the rifle that I have, but mine's a lot more accurate. I've got this high-powered scope where I can zoom in really close to the target. Even at 800 yards, I can see very well.
We'll see. All right, well, we'll load stuff up then if you're game. I was going to go do some shooting. And,
okay.
If you got time to kill, you can lose a bet here.
All right.
Okay, I don't want no crying.
Rick and Casey's bet will be settled on an improvised shooting range, a gravel pit owned by an old friend of Rick's. And while winter is yet to come to Absorki, further east, just on the border of Idaho, Big Hole Valley is already blanketed in snow. The largest town in the area is Jackson, population 30.
See you, Delilah. See you, Rick.
This is Scott Olson. His home is 12 miles from Jackson, down a long dirt road in the middle of the woods. To get to his cabin, you have to be hardcore and love a lot of snow.
When I first told my father that I wished to live there, it goes back to when I was a child and visited this place the very first time when I was 10 or 11 years old, and I told him, I'm going to live here, and he scoffed, said, nobody can live this high. The winters are too tough. The snow's too deep. You can't drive to it. Well, over time, technology has helped change that.
In the winter, in order to get from Jackson to his cabin, Scott had to create a modified mode of transportation. Instead of normal wheels and tires, his pickup truck's equipped with tracks that allow him to drive through deep snow. Thanks to this innovation, he can get everything he needs to his house for the long winter.
Would I like to live near that small town? It's only 30 people. Not really. It doesn't have the challenge. It doesn't have the adventure. I like the solitude, the quietness. I like being able to read the signs that nature shows me without being cluttered with the modern world. Is it necessary? No. Is it possible to do? Yes. Is it what drives me? Absolutely. It's a different lifestyle. It's very remote. It's tough, it's challenging, it's beautiful, but it has its own laws. And those challenges are what I really yearn for. I like to go back in time. I like to see how the old pioneers, the old mountaineers did it, how the Native Americans did it, and adapt myself to that.
Scott lives here with his wife, Suzy. They just celebrated their 37th anniversary.
Yes, it's torqued a little.
We met on a blind date, and I found out very quickly she was the only daughter in the family with a lot of brothers. And she knew how to fish, how to bait her own hook, how to kill her own snake, and also how to skin a deer.
At the beginning of winter, Scott and Suzy create a stockpile of food to fill their basement. Enough so they can survive weeks of being snowed in.
The store is so far away. We're 63 miles, and it's just in driving time. It's a 3-hour round trip, so it's always really nice to have these things on hand. I can go shopping in my basement. It's an expanded pantry for me. This is such a good option to cook with, too.
Thanks to their reserves, Scott and Suzy could manage to live 2 years without ever leaving their house. Even though their pantry is mostly composed of the basic essentials to survive a winter, they also keep some guilty pleasures.
Oh, let's go eat.
We can beans, potatoes, and that's something that we really enjoy. And then, of course, the fresh fruit. which makes a real difference. And then we have dry goods such as potato products, onions, carrots that are going to enhance a basic diet, give more flavor and variety to it. It's good too to combine some of those comfort foods. A brownie mix, cake mix, it will enhance an experience if you are caught in a survival situation, because the emotional side is also very important. Do you want to try some of these sausages that you do?
German sausages.
Oh,
Buffalo
okay.
German sausage.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right.
Scott is known as a famous mountain man. He sells his furs and hides to clients from around the world. His custom-made products are an assortment of tools and objects inspired by traditional Native Americans, such as dresses, jewelry, dolls, and a vast collection of beautiful artwork. This winter, Scott has a lot on his plate. His main goal, to finish tanning 30 hides, a colossal mission that will keep him busy in his workshop for the long, cold winter. This morning, he's working on his first winter order, a buckskin for one of his Las Vegas customers. He killed the deer himself during this past hunting season.
So this is the messiest part of the procedure. It has to be shaved off. What we're using to shave the hair off is basically a planer blade sharpened to a dull finish on the edge. And you basically are trying to get the hair off without damaging the skin underneath. But not only are you taking the hair off, you are taking this brown layer right here, the epidermis or the scarf skin or the grain. If you leave that grain on, it will show up in your finished hide. The hide will not go soft in that area because there's glue in that grain that holds the hide together. And this takes about, anywhere from an hour to 3 hours to dehair a deer hide. Stay in a nice log shelter like this where I'm out of the wind and yet still be able to produce a workable object that I can market. It doesn't pay real well, but it's kind of fun. You get to debate the meaning of life, and you always wonder about why you're doing it, but it's still fun.
It will take Scott Olson many hours of work to finish his first winter hide. And meanwhile, back at Canyon Mountain, close to the small town of Livingston, Nathaniel Browning also has a busy schedule for the winter. He lives on the side of the mountain in a small wooden cabin, isolated in the middle of the wilderness. He wouldn't leave it for anything in the world.
Here you go. Everything about Montana is just big, bigger than everywhere else. I love how minuscule you can feel. You get your real connection into how small we really are on this planet as opposed to our normal viewpoint where we're on top of everything. Here you start to realize that you're insignificant in reality.
Nathaniel is an expert in the art of primitive skills. He lives according to the codes and traditions of the first Native Americans who occupied the region. He learned how to make his own tools, bows, arrows, knives. Everything in his home is made by his own hands.
That takes it one step further in the connection to the land itself and the hunt, making it a sacred hunt for me anyway, is being able to know that I can make all of the tools that I need. The one thing that separates us from everything else is our ability to make tools. The hunt is sacred. The animal is going to feed me. The animal is going to keep me alive. In order to do that, I have to have a bow that I make as the tool to take that animal, and the arrow as the tool to take that animal. And I have to make each one of those as perfect as I can make them myself. Once I get to that point, I know I've put everything into it that I possibly can, because your life can depend upon that bow and that arrow making food for you and your family that you live. And if you can't do that, you're going to be hungry.
Nathaniel has just completed the fall hunting season and was fortunate enough to collect enough food for the winter. But on his last outing, he noticed some problems with his favorite bow.
Doesn't pull like it used to. I've used it a lot. It's taken a lot of game, a lot of deer. It's getting old. It's getting some cracks in the back of the bow here. I don't know if it's gonna last much longer. Feels like it might break at any time. When you're pulling it and you can feel it, the tension building up on it and the release on a bow will be whoosh, quick, smack, really fast. But it's just kind of just like a woof. It's not, it doesn't have the same pap to it. It's more of a woof. It doesn't shoot the same, doesn't have the same power, the same cast behind it. The arrows just aren't flying the way they're supposed to. I want to retire it for all that it's done for me, all the animals it's gotten. It's time to retire it and build a new bow.
This winter, Nathaniel has to build a new bow and enough arrows to make it through the next hunting season. He's got a lot of work ahead of him. Just above the Madison Valley, on the road to West Yellowstone, lies Quake Lake, a small mountain lake 6,300 feet above sea level. About 6 miles long, Quake Lake was formed 60 years ago during the largest earthquake ever measured in Montana. This is the favorite spot for one of the most famous trappers in the region, Jerry Clark.
I've lived here my whole life, born and raised here. I'm a 4th generation trapper.
Before him, his great-grandfather, his grandfather, and his father were also very renowned trappers. Clark's family has trapped all kinds of animals in the region: fox, beaver, muskrat, and otter.
My primary target is pine marten, or American sable, and I've been doing this for 45 years.
Throughout the winter, Jerry inspects his trap line several times a week. For each pine marten that he can trap, the fur is worth several $100s at the fur auction. Each time he lays a trap, he tries to pick a spot that will give him the best chance for a prime catch.
I try to make it easy for the marten to get to. Now, the marten is a tree climber. He has no problem climbing a tree. He can go right up a tree faster than a squirrel. But some marten refuse to climb a tree to a trap. So if you lean a log at an angle to it to where it makes it very easy for him to go.
Jerry puts his bait in wooden or plastic rectangular boxes, which prevent birds from stealing the bait. He always sets the boxes under huge conifers to protect them from the snow. Being a trapper in Montana requires knowing how to face the harshest conditions, and most of all, to be able to adapt to all kinds of climate. Here, the weather can change quickly.
It can be 40 degrees, the sun's shining, everything is great. 24 hours later, there's 1.5 feet of snow, and it's 0. And everything just changes so fast that it's just really hard to keep up with it. This is a can of sardines I'm going to use for marten bait. I take this, I'm going to drip this oil down this log. That marten will smell that. That'll smell good to him. I use sardines because they're preserved in oil so they won't freeze, so they continue to smell throughout the season. Now I'm going to set a trap for him. It's a conibear trap. And when the marten comes into the box, he hits these trigger wires, these jaws snap shut, kills this marten instantly. It kills them by striking their neck or their back or both. They don't move, that's it. They never leave. Whack. These are powerful little traps. They'll get your fingers once in a while. It doesn't feel very good. I got both thumbs caught in one once. Didn't work out real well. Had to have my wife get it off.
But the strength of Jerry's traps would be ineffective without his secret weapon, a mixture he puts next to the trap which emits a very strong smell that draws the martins in from a very long distance.
Secret sauce here. Draws them for miles. I use a scent above the trap made out of a skunk-based petroleum mixture, and it'll pull a martin from a mile away. They'll smell it. There'll be a martin in that trap in the next week.
Back to the Big Hole Valley. Scott Olson continues to work on his first hide of the winter in order to get it to his Las Vegas client in time. It took him more than 3 hours to get all the hair off the hide, and there are still many more steps to go. The hide must now be soaked in a solution made out of brain. It will make the skin both very soft and very strong.
And that is just brains, the oils of the brains that are going to go into the hide itself.
Letting it penetrate, letting it freeze dry, do it again, letting it penetrate, and then working the hide so that it becomes beautiful white, white as the snow, soft as a diaper.
So every deer hide has its own story. This is the head of the deer. This is the tail of the deer. This is the leg, back legs here and here, front legs here and here. But every hide tells a story, the number of scars that go down the center of the back where the deer was running underneath a barbed wire fence or clipped a tree or got in a fight with another buck deer. This deer was shot here on the side and exited down here.
The number of buckskins to tan varies depending on the article to create. In some cases, Scott has to be very patient to get all the leather he needs.
If you're making a jacket, it's going to take about 6 hides. One here, one here, one here, one here, one here, and then any fringe. If you want foot-long fringe, that is a foot-wide swath of hide that you cut into fringe.
Scott needs a total of 30 to 50 hours to tan just one buckskin. But despite all this very long and tedious work, this is not what's hardest for him.
And then it takes a whole day of crying before you have the guts to cut up this hide that you worked so hard on.
Meanwhile, in Absorki, Rick and Casey arrive at the shooting range. Rick, the seasoned hunter, made a bet with Casey that he could shoot a target with his old Shiloh Sharp rifle from 800 yards away, a single shot charged with black powder. Casey, on the other hand, is used to shooting with a modern high-tech rifle and is convinced that Rick doesn't stand a chance.
All right. With Rick's gun, it's got a lot of lead that he's trying to push downrange. It's also got a lot of powder, but the bullet drop, because that thing is so heavy, it drops really fast. Now, what do you do that for?
It takes in the black powder residue in there.
Mm-hmm.
The moisture softens it. If you don't do it, it'll build up and powder foul.
Okay.
Oh, so this is where the fun begins. Okay, are you on the action?
I'm ready. The factors that were working against him were everything, really. We had not real great weather. Typically, when you want to shoot, you want 60 degrees, dead wind, because that's when your bullet flies the best.
So you're on, Casey?
Yep. Yeah, we had snow, crosswind, and a long range. So yeah, all that combined, you never know exactly where your bullet's gonna hit, so. I didn't think he'd be able to shoot that distance.
Low and to the right.
How much low?
Foot right, 6 inches low.
Oh, just 6 inches under?
Yep.
And to the right, you said? Well, I think what the problem is, I lifted my head off the gun when I shot.
Oh.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Bit more wind now, too. Way left.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
I heard it hit.
You can't hear anything with your earmuffs on.
I got amplifiers in here.
Oh.
Elevation was good?
Yeah, your elevation looked pretty good. Could go a little bit higher, but not much.
Yeah, that wind's just doing weird shit out there.
Hit.
Okay, that's one. You've already lost the bet. You just want to go home?
Nope.
Okay, this will be two.
Hit.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Hit. That was a good shot.
And what were you saying? I couldn't hit my ass with both hands?
I've heard of people shooting those Sharps rifles out to that distance, but I've never actually got to see it until that day. For that kind of a rifle, shooting that distance, absolutely. That was good shooting.
Well, Casey, it looks like you owe me a cat hunt.
Yes, I do.
I won. It was fun.
Meanwhile, north of Livingston, Nathaniel Browning, the primitive hunter, left for his first expedition of the winter. His goal, find at least 5 straight shafts so he can make into arrows to use with his new bow. He is exploring along the riverbanks of No Tell'em Creek, where he's previously found tried and true shafts to work with. In this tangled thicket, he knows that he'll find material that is strong and straight enough to make good arrows.
It's always tough to gather the arrow shafts because there are literally millions of shoots growing out there. You have to know which ones are the correct plant to gather to begin with, and especially know what they look like without leaves on them or anything like that. So you have to know the correct species to start with.
So in here I've got lots of rose growing, even choke cherries growing in here, but none of this stuff will work for an arrow. It's all too small, it's twisted up.
You have to find ones that are perfectly straight, which in nature, as everybody knows, nothing really grows straight when you look at it. So you have to find the one that's closest to straight. So those grow in a certain environment where they're semi-shaded, so they have to reach up for the sunlight, but not so thick that they're all messed up from the other plants.
So right now I'm looking for these wild rose right here. This wild rose is really strong. There's one back here that's long enough, straight enough, and thick enough to become an arrow shaft.
Knot free, no galls in it, no big twists and turns in the right diameter. You have to look at all those factors to find the right one.
Thank you, my brother. You need to hunt with me. Now that I have it, I'm going to take a lot of these thorns off so this doesn't prick me throughout the day. Straightening and drying this will make this into a good arrow. It's still got a little moisture in it, so I can bend it straight, starting now, and I'll finish straightening and bending it later on. Now find another one.
Out of the hundreds of thousands that we walked by, I only walked out of there with a few that I felt were going to be right. But in the end, you only need one.
Okay. So somehow a cottonwood tree broke off somewhere up top. Part of this bark came off of it and actually landed in this hanging in this tree. So this is actually going to be perfect tinder for starting a fire down here, because the inner bark of cottonwood is spectacular for making a tinder bundle. And this has been hanging off the ground, so it's not damp. It's been sitting in the sunshine today, so it's warmed up and dried out more than everything else around here. So I'm definitely gonna throw some of this in my pocket for if and when we gotta start a fire later on.
Meanwhile, at Quake Lake, Jerry Clark, the trapper, checks his lines. He hopes to catch some animals that will bring him a good price at the market.
I usually check my traps every 4 to 7 days. The trap kills the marten, and he freezes almost immediately within a few hours, and he won't spoil. So they can be left in the trap for 10 days, 2 weeks. It wouldn't hurt them. But I don't like to leave stuff out that long. Something might come along and eat on it. Birds, coyotes, something like that. So you need to pick them up as soon as you can.
Here we have a pine marten. Caught just like they're supposed to be caught. 2 strikes, one across the neck, one across the back. Dead instantly. Fine animal. Most people never see one. This is a female. Not a good sign. Every time you catch a female, that's half a dozen kits you're not gonna have for next year. I try to stay away from areas where I catch a lot of females because they have a smaller range than the male. So if you find that you're catching female marten consistently over a period of time, you want to get out of there. Leave those females alone. The female we caught today, I could tell because of the shape she was in and her age, because she had gray on her back. She was an old female. She'd been producing a lot of kits, and it's a shame to kill her when you try not to. I'll go back in there and pick that box up and take it somewhere else. I got to get out of there. Marten are really susceptible to over-trapping. You just got to really be aware of what you're doing. You can wipe them out in just a short period of time. All right. Now, Mr. Marten. Okay. See the difference in size in this marten compared to the last one? Bigger ears, bigger feet, longer tail, male. Big male. It's a good day when you catch a male marten. And undo this trap because this trap is froze on this marten. After I find a pine marten and I trap, I can't take it out of the trap on site because it's froze to the trap and I don't want to damage the fur. So I take trap, marten, and everything back to my home in the shop. By the next morning, the trap will fall right off it. The marten's thawed out, and then I can skin it. Yeah, I don't have to replace the bait because that marten got killed before he got to the bait. So the bait is still good. So we'll take this little prize, take him to the shop, thaw him out, skin him out, put him on a board. Let it dry for 3-4 days, take it off the board. It's ready for market.
It's the end of the day for Jerry Clark. What he caught today should bring him at least $300 at auction. On his next trip, however, he'll have to move the traps that are threatening the female population. The season is far from over. Meanwhile, in Big Hole Valley, Scott has made good progress on the hide for his Las Vegas client. He tackles one of the longest and most tedious parts of the process, removing all the moisture from the skin and making it as soft as possible.
Sometimes you'll find places that might have a little bit of epidermis left on them. If you have any epidermis left on the hide, it will be too smooth and it won't dry properly. And so I will use primitive tools to remove that. It's a scraper, so it was placed in the hand so that Indians could go over the hide. There you can see little pieces of epidermis that were left that are coming off. That will just give your finished product a much nicer look, a smoother look. I'm passing on that tradition because I'm using the same tools that they used with primitive man to do the same process.
The
steps involved in working the leather and making it soft, from the raw stage to the finished stage, are numerous, and they're many. Some of them have to be repeated over based on the hide. But I enjoy that task because it determines what the hide is going to look like. Therefore, you may have to go back and repeat a step to get it soft, or you may be able to speed up a step and it gets softer faster than you believed. But each step is important. There's no such thing as a free lunch here in the mountains.
During the long winter days, Scott Olson has perfected his craft, tanning his hides in his workshop. His hides are among the most prized in the state. After hours of work, the buckskin is ready for its final step. Scott will now smoke it to make it waterproof, and most importantly, to give it its color.
The process of smoking the hide, of giving it its final color, its final finishing touch, is a process that, despite being the last one, you can still ruin the hide. The hide is attached to the smoke box by a skirt made out of canvas, and it stays above the smoke box a couple feet. The reason for that is, at times, the coals, the punky wood, could catch fire and flare up. And I have lost hides years ago by not paying attention to that fact and having the canvas skirt catch on fire or generating too much heat so fast that the hide shriveled up. That's where I learned to use a handkerchief because I was crying to see that go up in smoke.
The kind of punk wood that you use will give you different colors on the hide. For instance, this is off of Douglas fir, a conifer, and it gives it kind of a golden brown in a finished color. If I was to use punky wood off of a cottonwood tree, it would be a lighter, more mellow brown. If I used willow bark, it would give it kind of a light beige color. And then if you use other woods like a punky cedar, it will give you a little more reddish tint. So now slowly the smoke will start coming up and coming out of the hide. This is probably the most exciting part of the process because you're near the end. And once it gets to this stage, you can see the finished product. It's kind of like seeing the finish line. And then having that smoky smell is what ties you into nature, where you feel like you're at one out in the woods with the animals again. This will smoke like this for about 40 minutes, and then we will change the wood out again, turn the hide inside out, and smoke the other side about 20 minutes.
Scott's work is a labor of love. The buckskin is ready to be sent to the Las Vegas buyer. For Scott, it's one less hide to make this winter, but it's mostly the satisfaction of having created a piece of art.
This hide that you put all this time and effort into and create a beautiful article and then bead or quill on it to brighten it up, to give it some color according to whatever tribal design you desire. And then seeing the satisfaction of a person that sees that article and says, that's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. So just like any artist, that gives you a great amount of satisfaction because you did it from start to finish with your own two hands and just a lot of hard work. This is a process that has taken all my life. Am I perfect at it? No. Am I good at it? Kinda.
This winter's going to be tough in Big Hole Valley, but like every year, Scott Olson is ready for it. Meanwhile, near No Tell 'Em Creek, Nathaniel Browning continues to search for the best shoots to make his arrows for the next hunting season.
Not sure on this one.
He's already collected some good ones that he can work on when he gets back to his cabin.
Wow, this is nice and straight.
The hunter has walked all day. He's now several miles from his starting point, and the day is coming to an end. Nathaniel must make a difficult decision.
I was a ways away and didn't have everything that I needed to have gathered at that point. So I still had to get some more arrow shafts. And since I'm already there, I might as well wait it out for another day instead of leaving and then coming back again to do it.
Nathaniel has no choice. He has to build a shelter as quickly as possible and will now spend the night in the woods.
Shelter is always going to be the top of your priority list of the sacred order. Without shelter, in certain situations, you might not make it 3 hours.
I gotta find somewhere to shelter up because it's gonna get pretty cold tonight. I'm getting a little nervous about this. I'm gonna have to probably work pretty fast to build a shelter and get a fire going before tonight.
I needed to build a shelter quick. I only had a couple hours to do it before it was gonna get dark, and you're in trouble then if you don't have anywhere to stay.
After years of hunting in the mountains, Nathaniel has perfected his survival skills. The first decision is the most important one. He has to find the best possible location to build his shelter.
I chose that location for the shelter because it was protected from the wind on the edge and in a dry area that was hit by sun in the morning first thing, and the ground was dried out there, for one thing. It's not somewhere that you'd want to stay for a long time, but it'll get you through the night.
In order to make the shelter as warm as possible, he has to search for the right materials to create the structure.
I knew there was cattails right there, so I was able to get the dry cattails to use as a mattress and also to cover over the shelter itself. So I just took a big down log, took all the sticks around it, put that over for a basic frame for it, covered with cattails, put my mattress in there, then walked a little further on and gathered the tall grasses that were sticking up out of the snow that weren't wet. So I made a nice little squirrel shelter, nestled myself up in there and be fine for the night.
All right, got enough to cover up the entranceway. So I'll sleep sound tonight. Maybe a little claustrophobic, but be warm anyway.
After 1 hour of work, Nathaniel has created a shelter that will protect him from the cold, the wet ground, and the wild animals.
A man can always stand a hell of a lot more than he thinks he can. People have gone through so much in this world to where just being cold for a night is the least of your worries a lot of the time. If you don't let your mind focus on discomfort and let your mind go to something else, you're probably gonna be all right. A lot of it's mental out there in the woods anyway. The body can stand a lot more than you think it can.
But there's still one more thing to do before the sun goes down: build a fire. In order to do that, he has to use an ancient technique that's thousands of years old.
Bow drill fire is common across cultures throughout the entire world. All of our ancestors have used a bow drill fire at one time or another to make fire to keep themselves warm. That was taught to me probably 17, 20 years ago was when I first learned how to do that. It took a lot of practice to get good at it.
For Nathaniel, the hours of trudging through thick branches of No-Tellin Creek have been successful. He can go to sleep knowing that today was a good day.
Got a couple chokecherry here that look like they're gonna work out good. I got one rose that I found, and I definitely want to find another one of these. At least, you have to have a bunch of these, and these are harder to find, but they make really good arrows, really stiff and strong once they're dried out. But I don't have nearly enough yet. So hopefully tomorrow I can find a few more that are gonna work out right. Find a few more of the right ones. This one looks like it's gonna be good, but 3 arrows, 3 possible arrows, sure isn't enough for hunting season. Especially with the way I shoot, it's not gonna be enough.
For Nathaniel Browning, it's time to get comfortable in his makeshift shelter. The night to come will be long, but the hunter knows that this is the price to pay if he wants to find the best shafts to build his arrows.
Good night.
In the distance, Nathaniel hears the cries of the coyotes that inhabit the region. However, he's well prepared for all of the presented dangers of the frozen nights of Montana. Montana, 2 people per square mile. It's wild, it's huge, and here, only the toughest can survive. Rick and Nathaniel are big game hunters. For them, every season is the start to a new adventure.
Fun, excellent.
Scott and Jerry know the mountains better than anyone. They are trappers and proud of it.
I think I may have got one.
The Hollandbecks and Arthans have maintained their family ranch for generations. And they're ready to do whatever it takes to make it last for generations to come.
I'll get the last one.
Welcome to Montana, the land of the Wild West.
Got a kitten track. Okay.
Oh my gosh, big herd elk. Wow.
Soft as a flannel diaper.
These are powerful little traps. Whack.
Musty? Woohoo! Moving now, buddy.
That's how it is around here, I guess.
In Montana, winter is not only a challenge for the men and women who inhabit the state, but animals also have to withstand the cold, the snow, and the difficulty of finding food. Near Molt at the Hollandbeck Ranch, they're preparing for a very special day. This morning, Henry, now with his Montana State Championship title in hand, leaves for Florida to compete in the United States National Rodeo Championship.
Hey. You got a plane to catch?
2 minutes, I'll be over.
10 minutes?
2.
2 minutes. Okay.
And in Henry's absence, it's Sarah who'll be managing the ranch.
Thought you might need some for the sunny weather.
Bye-bye.
Love you. Too. Bye.
Among the daily chores, there's one that Sarah absolutely never does. Drive the huge army truck that Henry uses to feed the sheep. It's several decades old, but perfectly suited to Montana's hostile environment. Henry bought it on the internet a few years back. Because of its special qualities, he brought it all the way from Texas.
It's an old army truck fitted with the feed box on it. When it shows up, I am like, oh my God. Like, it just seemed overkill. But the first winter we had it, we had so much snow. And there was neighbors with their feed trucks that could not get around because there was so much snow. And then here we are with this giant army truck. We could go anywhere. You never know how much snow you're gonna have, and you still gotta get out and feed the animals in the pastures because they don't have anything to eat besides snow. So it's important to be able to still get through the 4 feet of snow.
But today, Henry isn't there, and the sheep have to be fed. Sarah doesn't have a choice. She's going to have to drive that truck.
Honestly, I don't really remember how to do it. But he gave me a crash course before he left, so hopefully I remember how to do this. It's a really high.
Before Henry left, he said, don't break anything. We have a lot of animals that depend on being fed every day.
This is totally safe.
If this truck breaks, we're screwed.
And it's not a simple ignition switch like a key on a car. It's got like 8 switches and a thingy that you pull and push, and I don't know. This is gonna be interesting. Woo!
It scares the living crap out of me because, I don't know, you have to have like a PhD to run the thing, I swear to God.
Okay. I think it's this one. And it's not working. No. Maybe there's a neutral. Woohoo! Okay, we got it started.
Initial success for Sarah.
Ready?
She manages to start the truck.
We are moving now, Rhett.
Now to head to the herd. The sheep are waiting, and they are hungry.
Woohoo!
Once again, near the small village of Wilsall, 500 cows that belong to the Arthan family just faced a huge snowstorm. Since the beginning of winter, the herd has been confronted with catastrophic weather. Ron, the old rancher, and James, his son-in-law, with whom he manages the ranch on a daily basis, are worried about the survival of the cows and their future calves.
This has been a very hard winter. I don't know how the cows will stand it either, to tell you the darn truth. I worry about that. I mean, when we're feeding them and stuff, during the winter, I go, well, I hope they have a live calf. I hope this works out, because we could have a heck of a wreck on our hands on the other end. The health of the calf will be determined by how good their nutrition is. And if the calf is on a fairly high plane of nutrition, she'll produce a good, healthy calf. Otherwise, it might not be so good.
Every day, Ron and James have to distribute food to all the cows in the herd, which are scattered in small groups on the 5,000 acres of property. It's an enormous job for the two cowboys, regardless of whether they're using a pickup truck or a tractor.
We fed them their full ration of hay, and then we fed them pretty much a full ration of sprout to keep them warm so they can bed down on it at night and stuff and eat some of it. And I think that helped them get through it. It kept their energy levels up. I feel pretty fortunate that it looks pretty good so far.
But just this morning, James receives word from one of his neighbors. Some of the cows from his herd escaped and have ended up on his neighbor's land. No choice for James. He has to go there right away and try to get them back. With all this snow, the operation will certainly be tricky. Fortunately, for this kind of job, James has his best asset, his mare, M&M.
This is my little sister's mare that she didn't have time to ride, so I stole her from her. Yep. She just kind of gets shitty with you every once in a while, but she's a pretty good horse, so she goes good once you get her lined out.
James takes a moment to bring the four-wheeler that Ron will use to help him. His father-in-law is in town for the morning, but he will soon join them at their neighbor's land. However, James does need to get there first. Even with the big pickup, pulling the huge trailer through this thick snow poses some problems. If James continues to press the issue, he may well pay a price.
Shit. God damn it.
He's got no choice. He's going to have to chain up.
Chaining up just is more like hurts your feelings. You have to get your happy ass out of the warm truck. It takes like 15 minutes to chain up if you're not stuck. If you spin out and then you chain up, it's like 45-minute ordeal and you still don't have the chains on right. So you just stop and throw your chains on. At least when you do get stuck then and you call somebody to come pull your ass out, they don't go, boy, why don't you have your chains on?
A successful mission for James. Now it's time to go to the neighbor's house to try to get his cows back in the middle of a snowstorm. Now, in the Beartooth Mountains, Rick and Casey have embarked on a mountain lion hunt. Norm, a friend of Casey's, spotted animal tracks at the edge of a wood. A big male who likely weighs more than 150 pounds.
Well, this is lovely.
The hunters release the dogs, and Norm tries to follow them.
Excellent.
Casey and Rick are right behind him.
When I'm out there in the woods, I'm looking at my GPS, and I'm also looking at the ground, looking at the tracks that the dog's been, where the lion's been. I'm also listening. Everything's all combined, and you're still walking as fast as you can because you want to try to keep as close to your dogs as you can. It's pretty exhilarating, just trying to keep all that stuff in your mind and thinking about what's going on, what you need to do.
I've got cash.
Okay.
Almost 400 yards that way, running.
For now, the two hunters manage to follow the pace, but walking through the forest is becoming increasingly difficult.
We had thigh-high snow, and it was just crusty and hard, and then we broke through, and it took a long time to get a short distance. We try to stay as close to the dogs as we can, but a lot of times you cannot do that just because of the simple fact that you cannot keep up with your dogs or a lion because you have 2 legs, and the dogs and the lion have 4, and they're a lot better in the snow and ice than a human ever will be.
The dogs begin to move quickly. Casey knows he has to pick up the pace. Otherwise, they risk losing contact with Cash. But he begins to lose sight of Rick.
I gotta try to keep up with the dogs.
Well, don't let me hold you up. I'll be along shortly.
All right.
The two hunters have no choice. They have to split up.
I had to leave Rick behind just because I had to keep up with my dogs, and I couldn't stay back that far. And he's got a few years on me and a little more weight, so he had to stick behind a little bit. I knew Rick would be all right by himself, so he's been out in the woods before.
It was very evident that at that point in time that there was no way I was going to be able to keep up with Casey because his priority is the safety of his dog, and he needs to stay as close as he can. It's part of the challenge. At 62 years old, I just don't go as fast as I used to at 35.
Casey is following his dog's trail. On his first hunt for a mountain lion, Rick finds himself in the middle of the woods. He's going to have to fend for himself and keep tracking. On the other side of the state, in the Big Hole Valley, the weather is overcast and the snow will soon begin falling again. On a day like this, most people are at home trying to stay warm. But not Scott Olson, because winter is the season for trappers. And Scott has set a number of traps in the woods. Scott is a recognized trapper in the area, and he makes many items from his furs that he sells to customers all over the United States, or that he uses for his own wardrobe.
You can make a lot of things out of fur, from mittens. There's some of that leather that I tan, beaver, and then buffalo hides that you actually, when you wear them down, you can make coats. And my hat is what happens when you run into a wolf.
You can actually gain quite a bit more monetary value by making articles. Something like this, the value of the hide would be $75 to $125. But turning it into a pouch like this, you have brain tan leather, we've got quill work on it to give it a little color, we've got some trade wool, we've got some pewter buttons, we've got more fringe down here. So something like this would go for about $250 to $325.
Many species of fur-bearing animals live in the Big Hole Valley, and winter is the perfect time to catch them.
If it's beaver, if it's pine marten, if it's wolverine or badger or coyote, all of those animals have more fur. They're trying to stay warm too. So the density of the fur gives it that silky quality that will give it a higher value and make it look a lot nicer.
The other thing that the snow allows me to see is the animal tracks and see where they're moving. So you can kind of tell where the paths are and how much activity is in a certain spot. There he is again, coming through. He's wandering towards the trap. That's good. So winter definitely gives you better fur, gives you better tracking ability, and you can come up on it. They're hungry. They're more likely to come to your bait because of hunger than they are in the summertime where food is more plentiful.
This year, Scott decides to focus his efforts on the pine marten, a small, shy animal with very silky fur that he hasn't trapped in a while. At the beginning of the winter, Scott set a goal of catching 6. Enough to make the items for his customers, but not too much to threaten the numbers of the species in the region.
Whenever you go after a certain targeted animal, the sets are different, the scents are different, the habits are different, and so each one creates kind of a unique challenge. At the beginning, you really don't know how many pine marten are even there. Concentration, they're a very elusive animal. Since my goal was 6 pine marten to trap, I laid out 6 different sets that were in different parts of the property.
Since the beginning of winter, Scott has already caught 5 pine marten, so today is a special day. If he finds an animal caught in his traps, his season will be over.
Pine marten are very inquisitive animals. There's little ribbon out of wool hanging here to kind of entice the pine marten to check it out. There's mesh on the end here so the pine marten can come in the other end and see the meat at this end. Since pine marten like beaver, we're gonna put a little beaver bait on here, which is a castor gland out of a beaver, and we mix it with a little cinnamon. So it's something you don't want to get spilled on yourself. Pop this open, break off a little twig, put it down in there, and makes your lips curl. Get a little scent on it. Doesn't take a whole lot because it's so aromatic. And then we're going to just leave that stick sitting there so that it can waft through the air and attract the pine marten.
But the day starts badly for the trapper. Wherever he goes, his traps are hopelessly empty.
Nothing today, so we'll rebait. Make sure everything's sitting right. Still got meat inside. That'll clean your sinuses. Well, it looks like today wasn't any action in this trap. We've had quite a bit of snow the past week. We'll see if we get any action here in another couple days again.
And what happens next doesn't make for the most favorable conditions. The snow begins to fall. But Scott still has to pick up the set of traps he put furthest away, and the day has come to an end. It's impossible for the trapper to return home. He's going to have to spend the night in the forest. Near Molt, on the Hollandbeck Ranch, Sarah and Rhett are in a huge army truck driving through the ranch. They arrive at the herd of sheep they have to feed.
You having fun?
Sarah has managed to start the truck that she usually never drives. Now, she has to activate the feeding system to distribute the food to the sheep through a door on the side of the vehicle.
There's literally like 10 switches and pulls, and you have to do it in a certain order, and then sometimes you have to press the gas and then pull this levy and then put it back into neutral and then pull that levy and then press the gas again. And how do you remember that unless you're doing it every day?
Hi, ladies. That doesn't sound right. Neutral. Pull this up. And gear.
Sarah's first attempts are not very successful, and the sheep are already beginning to get impatient.
Crap.
It was like to the point where I was thinking, could I just hop into the feed box and like start throwing feed out, because all of the sheep were like sharks circling, like they were ready for blood. And thank God they're not like rhinoceroses, or else they would have tipped it over and probably eaten me. How in the hell am I going to feed these sheep?
Inside the cabin of the truck, Sarah tries not to panic. Rhett is with her, and she doesn't want him to feel her mounting anxiety.
It was kind of one of those situations where you like take a deep breath, time to put you on your big girl panties and do it again. Neutral, that lever up, put it into gear, pull PT out, and it wasn't working. So I reverse it all, start over again. It wasn't working. Go a little forward, try it again. There's no instruction or rule book to how to properly do that. It's just a matter of touch.
But Sarah is not the type to give up, and after several attempts, the feeding system is finally working.
Woo! Moving now, buddy.
It works, thank God. And hopefully I didn't break anything.
You driving this thing?
Sarah now has to drive in front of the sheep without stopping the truck. She makes a circle in the field to distribute the food behind her and to ensure that all the sheep are able to reach some of the food.
I'm just like, you know, almost closing my eyes and praying, like, please keep moving, like, out of the way. Just go back where the feed is and start eating. Get out of my way.
For Sarah, the operation has been a success. All the sheep are perfectly spread out, and the truck gradually empties feed for the entire herd.
To me, it's like, all right, like I deserve a high five or something. Like, this is amazing. And I know Rhett will be proud of me once he gets a little older and thinks his mom is cool and not embarrassing, hopefully.
Take a picture for Dad. Smile! That's the smiley. All right. Woohoo! Drive us home, buddy.
The first mission was successful for Sarah and little Rhett. It's time to go home because the day is just beginning and they have a ranch to run. Very close to the small town of Wilsall, James Dunkel arrived in his neighbor's field to where some of his cows had escaped. Some of them seem to be hiding in the bushes, but James has to get them back to the barn on his ranch before nightfall. Otherwise, they could get stuck in the bushes and potentially not even survive the night.
We had to go get those cows out of the brush down there. And that brush is pretty nasty.
James chose to take his mare, M&M. She's particularly tough and never balks at hard work, even in the worst conditions.
When you go gather a big pasture or something, they're a lot easier to get around quicker. Like they can outmaneuver a cow, whereas before you're always screwing around trying to get her cut off, you know. It's just the old school way to do it, I guess. Yeah.
Aided by his dog Ollie, James starts to round up all the cows.
Right there. Hey, Ollie, right here.
But some venture even deeper into the bushes, and James cannot do anything to stop them.
Ollie, dog, come here. It's pretty tough when you're handling cows with short help. You just kind of go with what they're doing and push them the way they want to go. Hey, girl, let's go. I'll head out in once and then try to turn around on you or whatever. Come over here. Ollie, come here. Hey, Ollie, come here.
Fortunately, Ron just arrived from town to help his son-in-law. Ron prefers a good old four-wheeler to work with the cows.
I grew up on a horse. I do like to ride a horse too. I don't trust them as much as I used to, and I just got used to the four-wheeler. It's what I'm comfortable with now.
Ron is determined to fix the problem as soon as possible. He heads to the bushes to fetch the cows and bring them back to the ranch.
It's just brushy and swampy and hard to maneuver in. The cows actually know how to maneuver better than we do. They know a hiding place that we can't find them.
But Ron, despite all his experience, is brought back to the harsh reality of winter in Montana and suddenly finds himself at a standstill.
I did get stuck on the four-wheeler in the brush down there, and James' four-wheeler doesn't have a perfect reverse in it. His reverse is a little messed up. I couldn't get it in reverse. I was in a pretty bad spot, right in the brush.
Ron is completely trapped, but the two ranchers will have to quickly find a solution. The day is coming to an end, and they have to get the cows back to the ranch before dark. In the meantime, in the Beartooth Mountains, Rick and Casey are following a mountain lion track, a big male over 150 pounds. The dogs are chasing him, and the pace is way too fast for Rick, who had to let Casey go. Rick's trying not to get too far behind. For a few minutes, he tries to follow Casey's footsteps in the snow. But very soon, the old hunter can no longer tell which tracks are the right ones. He decides to change his strategy.
I just followed the noise. There were times I'd have to stop and listen for the barking of the dog, and then adjust my course to intersect where that was. It changes direction a lot of different times because the lion that's being chased is trying to get away, and he will take whatever course according to the topography that he can to get away.
The dogs are a few hundred yards away from him, and suddenly the barking changes tone.
Sounds like the dogs have the cat in the tree down here. I'm hopeful.
I definitely could tell the difference that dog had the cat in a tree just by the pitch of the bark. It was exciting because I knew I was getting close. My concern was just being able to be close enough to be there when the cat was in the tree.
The atmosphere in the forest suddenly changes. The barking abruptly stops.
Everything went silent, and there was no more dog barking. At that point, I thought something's not right. I was off Casey's track with no sound from the dog. I was kind of at an impasse as to what to do.
Rick tries to listen to noises so that he can orient himself, but all he hears is complete silence.
I didn't really know what I could or should do. At that point, I had no choice but just to wait.
While Rick is starting to get seriously worried, he gets a call from Casey on his cell
I
phone.
wanted to get some drone shots there.
And the news is bad. Cash seriously injured his hip following the mountain lion.
Or do you need help over there, Casey?
Casey explained to me that Cash was in pretty bad shape because Casey was having to pack him by hand to get him back to his four-wheeler so we could get back to town and get him to the veterinarian.
Yeah, but apparently Cash went off a cliff. Sounds like he's got internal injuries. Norm is still gathering his dogs up front. This has not ended well. We had the cat in a tree once. We didn't get there before the cat jumped. And now he's taken off again, and he probably won't stop for another 3 hours. That's how it goes. Some days are diamonds, some days aren't. And this is aren't.
Rick has to get back to the ATVs as soon as he can. But while the hunter is trying to find his way through the woods, Casey has already arrived at the vehicles. He tries to give first aid to his dog.
He wasn't bleeding or anything, and they didn't have any bones poking out anywhere. So we were lucky with that, but he didn't want to move anymore. I could definitely tell that something wasn't right. He's my number one priority when we're out in the woods, is making sure he's all right. He's a best friend, so. My main focus was getting him out and getting him back to where he can get checked in on.
Just as Casey's getting ready to head to the vet, Rick arrives.
Casey, what happened?
He had that lion treed, and she jumped out of the tree, and Cash tried to follow and fell off the cliff, so.
You gonna be all right?
No, I don't know, we'll see. We gotta take him into the vet. I was able to get up on top of a ridge and make a phone call over to the vet, and they said put a compression wrap on him, so.
Oh, Cash. I was on a ridge, and I dropped over that little saddle into that pocket, but then I got down halfway in there. Everything went quiet.
Yeah. I found him, and there's no blood or anything, so it's all inside of him, so. We'll beat feet out of here, get to the vet, and get him x-rayed, and.
Well, I guess that's better than getting ate by the cat, but.
That is better.
So we need to get the hell out of here.
Yep, we need to get out of Dodge here.
Guess we better get rolling.
They're expecting us.
This is the end of mountain lion tracking for Rick and Casey.
It was a disappointing moment, but I was relieved and glad that at least we had opportunity to get Cash out and get him to a veterinarian and hopefully get him healed up.
After the failure of his first attempt, this is now a second failure for Rick.
I hope this isn't a doomed mountain lion hunt. I bet this is the first time we've ever had so many issues.
Okay, is my bed ready?
Rick should not give up. I don't think he will either. He's not a really giving up kind of a guy, so he'll keep going, and I'll hopefully help him find a lion in a tree here one day.
Sometimes you're successful the first time you attempt something. Sometimes it takes years to ever see that success become a reality. It's part of the full circle of the outdoor lifestyle. I definitely want to continue to try to pursue this.
There's no guarantee that you're gonna get an animal when you're hunting. You're fighting Mother Nature, you're fighting elements. It's just the way it is.
After a reassuring check at the vet for Cash, Rick and Casey return to their friend Stacy's house.
I covered a lot of ground today, okay?
Stacy is throwing a little party at his house. In Montana, they call it meat cutting party. It's a tradition in Montana for everyone to pitch in together and butcher the animal that one of the hunters killed during the season. Each family gets to leave with some of the meat. For Rick, this is a good opportunity to not think about his first two attempts at tracking a mountain lion.
The camaraderie that exists between a bunch of hunters and their families that get together is because everybody there has experienced success and has experienced failure. Everybody at the meat cutting party has been the same place I was that day. They know what it's like to come home in an unsuccessful attempt, but they also know there's another day. The failures are behind me. The opportunities to do it again are in front of me. And hopefully, and undoubtedly, there will be success there sooner or later. It's all part of just living in Montana. And I'm looking forward to the fall and next hunting season and next winter.
Were you in a hurry?
And we'll do it all over again.
For Rick, the mountain lion will still be there the next hunting season, and it's still the one animal he hasn't had a chance at. But the old big game hunter knows this is the harsh reality of Montana. Close to the small town of Wilsall, James Dunkel and his father-in-law Ron Arthan are trying to recover some of their escaped cows. They took refuge in the middle of the bushes in one of their neighbors' fields. But while he was trying to access the area with his four-wheeler, Ron got it stuck in the snow. Now it's impossible for him to get out by himself. Fortunately, James is on horseback, and he's going to prove to his stepfather that his mare, M&M, is much better than a good old four-wheeler.
Snow is pretty deep down there, and the horses get around the brush a lot better. Like, you can pretty much go anywhere a cow goes with them. So yeah, a horse outdoes a four-wheeler down there pretty good.
So the horse pulled my butt out, and thank God for the horse. I'd probably still be back there in the snowbank somewhere struggling to get it out, because I don't think I could get out by myself.
After this setback, the two cowboys now have to find all the cows that had the time to escape.
Okay. So we can just go out that way again, Ron? Try that way? Yeah. Fine with me. They're gonna want to try to go straight north.
I'm not going out this way, but
yeah, it's easy. You'll be able to get out here somewhere.
I'll go down this way to get out of here till we get to the open.
Probably right out
I have no idea where the cows went.
Ron and James have no time to hang out. The night is quickly coming, and it's imperative to get the cows back to the ranch. But the two ranchers could work together with their eyes closed. And in a few moments, they manage to gather the herd back together.
Two guys can get quite a bit done if they work together and kind of know what the other guys are doing. Ron and I, we kind of know what the other guys are going to do. We've gathered that pasture quite a few times, so we know what the cows are going to do. And if you went down there and kicked them one way and they all headed the other way, you just switch it up, you know, like he'll be on the lead, kicking the lead cows, and then you're on the back.
The herd is on its way back to the ranch. Now, there's only one last obstacle to overcome: the river.
Come here. Come here.
They don't like cross the river and just do a lot of messing around. And you just try to get the lead cow started and get them headed one way or the other. And once you get the lead cow headed out, you're pretty much, you got it way up to just keep the cows coming.
Oh, wait, come here. Come here.
James and his dog Ollie managed to cross the river and get to the cows that escaped. But the two cowboys know they might very well have to do this all over again. This is not the first time that their cows escaped to hide in these pesky bushes, and surely not the last.
That brush down there has always been a problem. Summer, winter, whenever, they hide. You don't know if you even have them all. You wonder if, you think you do, but you go do work the cows and you look back down, oh, there's like 12 more down there. But whatever, a lot of brush, a lot of cover for them.
There's like 3 ways to come out of there, and you just head them for whichever way you can get them to go that day. Yeah.
A lot of times you make an adjustment. James was gonna go that way. We ended up going that way. Yeah. So
That's the way it is.
Yeah.
That's cowboying when they do. Yeah. There was a couple different trails and I picked the wrong one. And kind of hit a branch underneath me and I centered on the snow on a branch, so I was hopeless. I puppy stuck again here in about a minute, so see how this turns out.
Mission accomplished for Ron and James. It's time to bring the cows back to the ranch. The two ranchers can be proud. They prove that they're both still ready to confront anything to protect their herd of cattle. In the Big Hole Valley, Scott Olson is still in the forest. He spent the day checking his traps, hoping to catch his 6th pine marten of the season and his last for the winter. But all his traps were hopelessly empty. Tomorrow, he'll reach his series of traps furthest from his home, but in order to do so, he's going to have to sleep in a little trapper's shack that he built by himself in the middle of the forest.
Whew, it's been a long day out there running the line. Marten lines are sometimes many miles long. In the old days, man had to be prepared to spend the night out in the woods. And so these marten line shacks were built. This particular shack I discovered in the woods, and there was about 3 logs left, just enough to form an outline. So I used that as a basis to reconstruct a pine marten shack of my own. I think this will be my home tonight.
But before sleeping, Scott has to do what any trapper must do before spending the night in the forest: make a fire. First mission, gather enough wood to feed the fire until the next morning. This is absolutely necessary in order to survive the minus 30-degree temperatures.
I always have my flint still with me so that I can make a fire, get out of the wind, get out of the cold, get my mind clear, and then tackle nature again on another day.
I've spent nights in this sod roof cabin at 30 below and even colder than that. I built a small fire in the center. I'm in the still air, so no wind can get to me. And so it doesn't take a very big fire to stay nice and warm.
For most people, spending an entire night in a little shack in the middle of the forest and sleeping on the ground would probably not be a pleasant experience. But for Scott Olson, it's what he likes to do most.
For me, comfort is being at one with nature. I wasn't born to live in the modern comforts. Being down in the city, in a supermarket, in a convenience store, I get a little scared there. When I'm up in the woods, what makes me feel at home? The smell of smoke, the look of fire, knowing that I'm in control of my environment. And when I'm at home, I'm at my best.
A little grilled meat, a good night's sleep, and the trapper will be ready for a new day in the forest. Tomorrow, maybe, Scott Olson will be lucky enough to catch the last pine marten of the season. But if his traps are still empty, he'll come back for sure, and he'll be ready again to sleep in the middle of the woods, where he feels most at home. Montana, 2 people per square mile. It's wild, it's huge, and here, only the toughest can survive. Rick and Nathaniel are big game hunters. For them, every season is the start to a new adventure.
Fun, excellent.
Scott and Jerry know the mountains better than anyone. They are trappers and proud of it.
I think I may have got one.
The Hollandbecks and Arthans have maintained their family ranch for generations. And they're ready to do whatever it takes to make it last for generations to come.
I'll get the last one.
Welcome to Montana, the land of the Wild West.
Got a kitten track.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, big herd elk. Wow.
Soft as a flannel diaper.
These are powerful little traps. Whack.
Musty? Woohoo! Moving now, buddy.
That's how it is around here, I guess.
In Montana, weather conditions in winter are known to change without warning. A blizzard can strike on the eastern part of the state, while at the same time in the west, the sun is shining and the temperatures are above freezing. North of Livingston, Nathaniel Browning, a hunter who employs Native American techniques, was able to enjoy a beautiful sunny day on the banks of No-Tellin Creek. He spent several hours looking for the best branches to make his arrows for the next hunting season.
Wow, this is nice and straight.
But after harvesting 3 beautiful pieces, he somehow lost track of the time.
Gotta find somewhere to shelter up because it's gonna get pretty cold tonight.
And in Montana, even if it's beautiful during the day, at night it can be cold. Very, very cold.
Time to go crawl in there and spend the night out in the winter. Good night.
Nathaniel has already spent many nights outside, and his body has learned to withstand the harshest conditions.
You're sitting there in the dark, and it's cold, and you can't really move around very much. So you just have to kind of let your mental attitude take over on that, not focus on the discomfort, and sit it out.
But despite his experience, sleeping in these conditions is far from pleasurable, even for him. With the first glimmers of daylight, the hunter has only one desire: to get out of his shelter.
You've been awake for quite a while in the dark already, waiting to get up and just deciding when I want to start moving so that I'm a little more comfortable and not as cold. And then you get outside and you realize, oh, it's actually colder outside than it is in my shelter.
Very long night last night. You never really get comfortable. You can't stay in one position for long. But it was a long, long night. And I'm glad that the sun's starting to come up. Maybe that'll start warming me up a little bit more with the day.
Thanks to his night out, Nathaniel can go deeper into the forest. He hopes to find the strongest and straightest shafts to be able to make beautiful arrows once he returns home. After 2 hours of walking, he reached an area he had never explored before.
This looks like it's gonna be a good area down through here. Some openings, so these small bushes and stuff can grow straight. And crisp and cold, beautiful morning. I think we should have some good luck today. There's hundreds of them. Here we go. This is the one, right here. It's the perfect one. It's the last one we need. I knew it would be in this patch somewhere. This is the perfect length, perfect diameter. How thick it is, really straight, and rose is solid, really hard, super hard wood. Once it dries out, this is going to be a perfect arrow.
After 2 days on the expedition, Nathaniel was able to harvest 4 beautiful branches. The hunter can now go home and turn them into arrows for his bow. Meanwhile, further east, the sun shines on the Beartooth Mountains. During a recent bet at the firing range, Rick, the old hunter, proved to Casey that he was able to hit a target at 800 meters with his old rifle. And the proof was unmistakable.
For that kind of a rifle, shooting that distance, absolutely. That was good shooting.
You owe me a cat hunt.
Yes, I do.
After winning the bet and proving his point, Rick can now take advantage of his prize, a mountain lion hunt with Casey, reputed to be one of the best mountain lion trackers in the region. The mountain lion is a solitary animal, very difficult to spot in nature, even for the most experienced of hunters. But when Casey goes hunting, he has an ally, his dog, Cash.
Mountain lion hunting is difficult. You could be on a hunt that lasts, all day and you never find anything. When we first start on a lion hunt, we'd make sure all of our vehicles are gassed up and ready to go because you never know what's going to happen during the day.
Are you ready to go, Cash? Ready to go find a cat? Here, kitty.
Despite his experience hunting big game, this is the first time that Rick has ever tried to track a mountain lion.
It's totally off the chart from anything I've ever done. I've never hunted behind dogs. I've never been around dogs in this situation. It's traveling into an unknown country. So, Casey, what's your plan?
We're gonna head up the road, see if we can't find any tracks.
I guess we're off and running.
All right, sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
When we're starting out on a hunt, basically we just drive on these roads until we find a lion track, if we do. Once we find one, we have to determine how old it is, how big it is, if we want to chase it or not, depending on the size and kind of direction of where it's heading. Snow is a huge factor in your hunting during the wintertime. Fresh snow works the best, especially when you have a fresh track, because that lion track is, the scent in that track is really strong for the dogs, and they can pick up on it really easy.
The tracking starts off well. With his expert eye, it only takes 10 minutes for Casey to locate the first traces of a mountain lion.
So, you got one found, Casey?
Yeah, they're kind of hard to see right now. That's a tom track, a male, that's what we're after.
Okay, so
A tom is a male mountain lion. That's typically what we try to hunt for. On that one, we found that track, which was pretty easy to spot in the snow. I got to feeling around on it. It was frozen solid. It was all iced up, and I knew that there's no way of letting the dogs loose on that track.
I was told her, yeah.
The scent is what the dogs obviously strive on. And once they hit a spot that's all melted off or wind blown, it makes it really difficult for the dogs to smell them.
And how old did you say it is?
Probably a couple days at least.
A couple days?
Yeah.
The first tracks are too old to be worth releasing Cash on the cat's trail. but it's clear that there are mountain lions in the area. The two hunters are expecting to find more fresh tracks as they go. Meanwhile, near the border with Idaho, the Big Hole Valley just got hit with a huge snowstorm. At the home of Scott and Suzy Olson, the snowfalls are really big. You just have to get used to it.
The most I've ever seen is about 30 to 36 inches overnight. It's like living in a snow globe. But over the years, you just learn to put up with snowing. It's snowing. It always seems to be snowing. It kind of creates problems like snow in your eyes, snow down your back, snow down your boots, snow in your gloves, but it's all part of the trail.
But for the Olsons, the snow is not the hardest part. The worst is the cold. And for several weeks now, an Arctic front has made the region one of the coldest winters in 25 years.
Whenever you get that combination of Arctic front coming down from the north, it brings with it its own calling card from Santa's workshop. Start of December until about the middle of March, you're going to be sub-zero almost every morning. Average, 10 to 20 below zero. Extreme, 40 to 60 below zero. When it's that cold, you restrict your travel. You hunker down. You wait it out.
But today, Scott doesn't have the luxury of staying warm. This morning, it's minus 36 degrees Fahrenheit. With these extreme temperatures, the stack of firewood has decreased to dangerous levels, and the Olsons can't survive without the wood.
You have to have the ability to heat water, heat the home, to cook without electricity. Wood, wood, wood. I would that I would have gathered more wood. I would that I had a bigger wood pile all the time. But certain things creep in that we can't control, such as Arctic fronts come in, and you watch your wood pile go down faster than in years past where you have a more mild winter.
Scott has no choice. He heads to the forest with his chainsaw. He definitely has to find a tree to replenish the wood pile.
It's a lot easier to get the tree down in 2 feet of snow than it is in 4, which is coming. So therefore, don't delay, do it today.
Once in the forest, for Scott, the hard part begins. He has to find the right tree to cut down, and most importantly, one that he'll be able to bring home.
This is a great tree for firewood. It's a little big in the bottom, has a lot of branches, but those can be used for smaller firewood. The problem is, when I cut this tree, it's already leaning that way. I've got in the way some big pine trees. If this thing goes down in there and gets locked up, stuck, I've got to get this out. That's a major problem in the snow. Everything in the snow takes a lot more time. It's a lot harder.
Nature has a way of humbling you many times. Cutting down a tree that you thought you'd looked at close, it falls the wrong way. You can spend all day long getting one tree out that fell into another tree and got jammed up in there.
A little bit of time spent selecting the right tree saves you hours if it falls in the wrong spot. And these are not the conditions to get in a hurry.
The ideal tree is probably somewhere in these woods. Just need to find it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the state, near the town of Molt, is an almost near-desert windswept area, and the site of the Hollandbeck family ranch, one of the largest in the region. 5,000 acres to raise cattle, lots of cattle, including 5,000 sheep, 400 cows, 100 goats, and 40 horses. At the Hollandbecks, they're not lacking for work.
Every day is an obstacle, but you can't be centered on trying to conquer one obstacle because there's always another one coming. We get asked all the time, how do you guys do it? I don't really know how we do it. We just do it. And it comes from being a family. and everybody working together.
Henry took over the ranch from his father and now manages it with his wife, Sarah, who never expected to operate a ranch in Montana.
Let's see some babies.
Sarah comes from California and has to adapt to the harsh conditions of the region because here, the climate is slightly different.
It's a little different this weather, yeah. I mean, it's funny now because I'll have friends and family in California and it'll be like 45 degrees there. 45 degrees in California for them is like freezing, everyone's dying. And then 45 degrees in Montana is like, put your bikinis on, let's go outside.
I was very concerned about how California would do here. You know, most of the time when people are just do sheep or just do cattle or just do horses, we got it all. And then we throw goats in on top of it.
Ready?
But seeing Sarah in the middle of the ranch with her 9-month-old son, Rhett, it seems like she's been doing this all her life.
All right, kid, you ready to go check on the sheep? See the babies? Want to see the babies? He's been with me pretty much since he's been born. Oh, the babies are all out. When I was pregnant, I couldn't do much. I had a huge belly, mamas. But now that he's a little bit older and he's able to like come in the truck with me or come into the barn with me, it's like a whole new world.
You having fun?
I think it's good for him too. He's out, he's learning, and hopefully he's staying a strong, independent mom that can kick some butt when she needs to and not have to depend on his father to show up and save me. And then these little twins were born last night. They're so small. Whoa, lady.
For Henry and Sarah, all they have is their land and their animals. And in Montana, even cattle have to adapt to survive.
Jesus, woman. See the babies. Main risks are weather, if there's too much snow. Also, we have a bigger threat with like coyotes coming in. And also birds are a big thing too that go after baby lambs. And they'll kind of dive down and peck their heads till they're dead. So that's no fun. It's a 2% death loss on all of our livestock. We look out for sick ones and make sure we treat them as soon as possible and do what we can to make sure that not as many die. You're so little.
Today is an important day for the Hollandbecks. The veterinarian will ultrasound the flock of ewes to determine which ones are pregnant.
Hello, Dr. Rowe.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
And the number of lambs born at the ranch is vital to the survival of the Hollandbeck Ranch. It's a determining factor for their family's income.
Watch your head.
Yeah.
The day is long. Today, Dr. Rowe will perform more than 400 ultrasounds. Meanwhile, at Canyon Mountain, Nathaniel allows the branches he collected in the woods to dry out for several days. He can now start making his arrows. The first step, make the branches as straight as possible.
Now that they're at a semi-dried stage, I can start taking the bark off of them and they'll start drying out faster and they'll hold the straightness a little bit better over time as they dry out.
Nathaniel has spent many years perfecting his skills.
This one's gonna be pretty good.
He uses the same techniques as some of the Plains Indians who occupied the great American West.
Whether it was the Crow or whether it was Lakota, any of the Western tribes would be using these. The Northern Cheyenne would use these type of arrows.
Its general shape is straight, but it's got some little kinks and bends in it still. The easiest way to know if it's right is to actually feel it. Your hands are a lot more sensitive and aren't gonna lie to you the same way that your eyes will fool you.
Nathaniel is a perfectionist. Throughout the process, he tries to make sure that each of his actions is absolutely perfect.
I have a vision for that arrow from the very beginning that I'm going hunting. You have to have the correct focus and intent throughout the process. Any little step along the process that you don't do correctly could mean that the end product will not work for you. It could be the arrow's not going to fly right at the end. It might not fly right for you, or that arrow may just decide that it's not going to kill anything, and it'll just miss.
After several hours of work, the rods are perfectly straight.
That's about right.
Nathaniel can now move on to the last step. Meanwhile, in the Beartooth Mountains, Rick and Casey have embarked on a hunt for the mountain lion and have already located the tracks of a large male. But the tracks on the trail look too old for Casey's dog Cash to follow. But Casey doesn't give up. He promised Rick, who's never tracked a mountain lion, his first opportunity to hunt this great predator.
What do you got, Casey?
Here, take a look. Got a kitten track.
Okay.
And then got mom's track. There's actually a female and kitten. That was a little bit fresher, but still a couple days old.
All of that was encouraging. In the span of 10 miles, we found the location where at least 4 cats were.
Mountain lions are nearby. Casey decides to change course to find fresher tracks. Casey brings Rick to another area of the mountain where the young hunter has found mountain lions in the past. But the sun has been shining for several days here, and all the winter snow has melted. This makes it difficult to track the movements of the cat. And the terrain makes their progress more and more difficult.
When we left the first location and went to basically the other side of the mountain, I had my doubts. I'm not an experienced cat hunter, but the snow conditions I suspected were going to be worse than what we'd experienced in the first location. When we got there, the access into that area was very rugged, very rough. It was going over one boulder onto another, onto another.
The two hunters are continuously looking for mountain lion tracks, but they're losing daylight and their chances of success are slowly dwindling. And to make it worse, this new trail is putting their vehicles to the test, making it increasingly difficult to follow the trail. Meanwhile, in Big Hole Valley, Scott Olson is in the middle of the woods. He has to find a tree to cut down and bring home through the thick layer of snow. Their woodpile has significantly decreased due to the extreme winter temperatures, and the Arctic front coming from the north doesn't appear to be ready to leave.
It's been a pretty deep winter and it's been really cold. And watching the weather last night, we're in for a whole week of sub-zero, 10 to 30 below weather.
With years spent in the mountains, Scott only has to look at a tree for a few seconds to determine if it's one he wants to cut and bring home.
There may be a beautiful knot twist up there that I see that I could use for a piece of furniture. There's also trees that are very, very straight, that are very good diameter, perfect for making lumber out of. And there's other trees that are all twisted up and gnarly, but don't have very many branches. They're straight. Those become really good for firewood.
With such deep snow, Scott has to find a tree that requires the least amount of effort to move.
So here's another tree coming through the woods. It goes up and it bends out into the meadow there. So a 99% chance When I cut this tree, it's gonna fall that way, which makes getting it a lot easier than having it hang up in some of these other trees.
Scott ends up choosing a tree that should allow him to restock his woodpile. It looks perfect. As he prepares to cut it down, he realizes something. Although it looks clear, there are 3 huge trees in the way of where the tree he cuts could fall. So Scott has to be extremely precise. He'll have to make a cut at the base of the trunk so that it will fall just to the left of the 3 large pines. And it worked. With only inches to spare, the tree grazed the other trees on its way down. Scott is definitely a real professional lumberjack. Always equipped with his snowshoes, he can now cut up the tree to make as much firewood as possible. Next mission, bring all the wood home. Meanwhile, near the small town of Molt at the Hollandbeck Ranch, Dr. Rowe, the veterinarian, begins a very long day. With the help of Henry and Sarah, he has to ultrasound all the ewes for lambs that will be sold at the biggest auction in the state. The result of this sale will be crucial for the ranch. It's critical that a maximum number of ewes are pregnant so they can sell the lambs at the auction. And the livestock has to be of the highest quality.
This sale's a way for people to come and buy anywhere from 2 ewes to 200 to 1,000. You'll have buyers from all over the U.S. purchasing the sheep. A lot goes to the West Coast, Oregon and Washington and California. We've been selling at this sale every year for quite a few years, so it's important for us to sell quality animals. That way people want to continue to buy from you.
Good? Yep.
The vet we have out here, he represents the sale. He will ultrasound every ewe that goes through the sale barn.
That's the skull. You use that for the measurements of the age. Most time we make sure they're big enough and we're good to go. But today, I think we're checking about between 300 and 400.
The Hollandbeck sheep are among the best in the state, and for the past several years, the reproduction rate in Sarah and Henry's flock has been excellent. But this winter, their animals have to face their worst enemy, the blizzard. Sheep are generally resistant to snow and cold. But when blizzards hit, the animals are subjected to extreme stress, which increases the risk of miscarriage during the pregnancy period.
This year was extreme. We had a terrible amount of wind and it was brutal cold. I mean, there for 10, 15 days, it was -30 for a high. And it's just real frigid. You know, we can handle snow and we can handle negative degrees, but when you get the wind, it's a whole different ball game.
Even a tree has a hard time withstanding some of the winters out here. So an animal is also gonna have a hard time. This winter in particular, even people that have lived here their whole lives have said it's one of the worst ones they've ever seen.
This day with the veterinarian is pretty determining for the Hollandbecks. They'll know if the blizzard over the last few days has reduced fertility or resulted in miscarriages.
You can see the ribs right there. See the heart beating? Good? Yep, good.
If a lot of them are not pregnant, that's bad news. That means you're going to be close on, you know, being able to pay the rent on the ranch or, you know, to be able to buy enough feed. How big are they?
There's a skull right here. Right there at the corner.
Yeah.
We'll barely catch it.
The first hours of the day are rather reassuring.
Yeah.
Through his examinations, Dr. Rowe has determined that for the moment, the vast majority of the ewes are expecting.
And 2 squares is 60 days. So 60 days would put us at the end of March. So end of March, 1st April.
During the examination, the veterinarian can determine the stage of the pregnancy. Henry then marks the animal with a color: green for those who'll give birth in March, blue in April, and purple in May.
It's middle-aged 3s and 4s.
The sheep are then tagged according to their age.
Makes a big difference in their pricing, how much they'll go for. A younger pregnant ewe will obviously go for more than an older ewe.
After about 10 hours of examinations, the veterinarian is finished, and Henry and Sarah are relieved. The sheep seem to have survived the blizzard.
Today went pretty well. We were probably just over 90% conception, and the ewes had good condition on them. This is a good year compared to the amount of weather that we've had.
There's Grandpa. We were very relieved, obviously. If things hadn't worked out well, if a lot of the ewes weren't pregnant, then that's when we have to explore other ideas of, like, what are we going to do to be able to supply our income and to make sure that we can keep surviving as a ranching family.
In a few weeks, the first lambs will arrive. Until then, the weather is still a threat. Henry and Sarah will have to increase their vigilance so that their animals will survive if the conditions deteriorate. At the Hollandbecks, it's safe to say that winter is far from over. Meanwhile, at Canyon Mountain, Nathaniel Browning is putting the final touches on his arrows.
You can't put 2 feathers together from one wing and 1 feather from the other wing. It's gonna screw up the way your arrow flies. It's gonna make it spin wrong. So you wanna have them with the same helix to them all, where they all bend the same direction, from the same wing, right next to each other on the wing. Use about 1/2 inch there, so I'm gonna get rid of that. This is sinew. This is from the leg tendons of a deer. So it comes out as a thick chunk. You break it off into smaller little pieces and pull it off of there. So you get it wet, it's flexible, and as it dries, it's got a natural glue on it, and so it'll bind to itself and dry really tight. But in order to get this wet, you don't just soak it in water. You gotta chew it. It's really good. Delicious. So you chew it up for a little while. Doesn't taste too bad, because I know why dogs like jerky so much. You pull it out of there. It's this little thin strip here. And now it's flexible. You can tie it on or take it off. As this sits there, dries super hard, dense, and won't come off. Wrapped on pretty good. His feathers are tight on there.
Once the feathers are perfectly positioned on the arrow, Nathaniel can finally attach the last piece, and perhaps the most important, the tip of the arrow. To make this, the hunter uses obsidian from the volcanic rock found in Montana. Nathaniel has patiently collected many pieces of rock during his expeditions in the mountains. He chooses the very best ones and turns them into sharp points.
You wrap it up really tight with that sinew, and that'll hold it all together. Because that sinew is stronger than the wood itself. Most people, when they think of putting an arrowhead on, they think of a big, giant arrowhead. But really, it's a small one, so it's balanced, flies straight and fast. Only leaves a small little cutting hole, but it's not about how big the arrowhead actually is, it's about where you put it. Because this thing slides through the right place of something, and it'll kill it and bleed it out really fast.
Nathaniel finally finished turning the 5 branches he collected in the forest into perfectly straight arrows, ready to be used during the next hunting season.
When I finish the arrow, there is a sense of satisfaction in having completed something that is so beautiful and so utilitarian at the same time that you can really use. And then I always look at it and think I could have done better also. So I always hope that as good as I would like it to be, but I always know that I can do better in the end as well. As soon as you think you know something, you know you don't know anything at all.
Nathaniel is not ready yet for the next hunting season because he now has to tackle a new project. He has to make a new bow. Meanwhile, in the Beartooth Mountains, Rick and Casey continue their mountain lion tracking. They try their luck in a new area of the mountain. But here, the terrain is very hilly and the snow is almost completely melted. The mountain lion tracks are increasingly difficult to locate, and the hunters have trouble staying in touch with each other.
When we were going along, I noticed that he was trailing behind a little bit. After a while, he kept getting further and further away, and then I kept getting deeper into the timber.
And as Casey's four-wheeler disappears into the woods, Rick is faced with an unexpected turn of events.
As we progressed further into the drainage and got into a little more rugged area, and then as we dropped down into a creek bottom and I went to start up, I'd heard something when I was going through the boulders had snapped. With an ATV, I mean, you hear all sorts of different noises all the time. Well, when I got into the bottom of the drainage and tried to go further up, and then I realized it had a big problem with the transmission. In that area, you can probably only maintain visual contact for 30 yards, 35 yards. Well, unbeknownst to Casey that I was having trouble, he had kept on going.
After a few minutes, Casey realizes that Rick is no longer behind him. He decides to turn back.
What? It's either the rear end or the transmission.
Snapped?
Well, I don't know if it snapped, but anyway, coming through the rocks there and stuff, all I've got's front-wheel drive now.
Really?
I was glad to see Casey come back. We tried to diagnose the problem and see exactly what had taken place, and it was evident that there was a major problem in the transmission or transfer case of the ATV because I had front-wheel drive, but I had no rear-wheel drive. It basically made it impossible to go forward in an uphill environment. But I'm at the end of my road.
You think? You want to try crawling up on that drag ground?
Yeah, I may be able to make it there.
I might have some rope or something.
I've got a whole bunch of rope here, Casey, but
When you break down, you break down. You can't do anything about it. Just wait there till somebody comes back for you and picks you up.
This breakdown right in the middle of the woods ends the hunt for Casey and Rick.
You can't really tear apart an entire four-wheeler chassis out in the woods. There's no sense of going on any further. We don't have any snow. We got one four-wheeler that's broke down. It's getting late in the day. You don't want to be stuck out in the woods in the dark.
all right. You know, this really sucks.
I was very disappointed at the time of the breakdown because it was just that door of opportunity had closed and the whole scene was different at that point.
Thanks, Casey. You're welcome.
I'm really hoping next time we go out, we will find something fresher that we can run somewhere. I'll try my damnedest to find a track to get him on. There's always another day.
Meanwhile, in Big Hole Valley, Scott Olson is back home. He came to fetch something to transport the tree that he cut down in the woods. Unfortunately, Scott had not planned to restock his wood this winter, and the sled he usually uses to carry the logs in the snow has been buried by the harsh weather of the Big Hole Valley.
I've got a sled here that I've built. It's got water skis on the bottom somewhere, and it's got a nice box that I can put the firewood in and pull it back over. It should slide pretty nice on the snow like a sledge.
The day has definitely not been easy for Scott Olson, but the mountain man knows he has no choice. Even at minus 30 degrees and in almost 3 feet of fresh snow, he has to clear the sled in order to get the wood he's just cut back home.
Nature doesn't care. All nature cares about is you're there, you're in her space, you live by her rules.
Once his sled is dug out, Scott has to go back to the woods with his snowcat to finally retrieve all the wood he's cut. It's the final efforts of the day for Scott Olson. He knows that he'll soon be rewarded for all the hard work he's put into this effort.
You realize that as nature tries to throw this cold thing at you, you've done what you need to do to prepare to be able to adapt and live with that. So at the end of the day, you remember the old saying that getting wood warms you twice. Once getting the wood as you're sweating and going through the efforts of getting the wood, and second, when you light the wood and you're able to lay there with a cup of hot chocolate in front of the fireplace and realize that you accomplished something that day and you can enjoy the heat of that wood.
In Big Hole Valley, the cold weather from the Arctic front is likely to stay around for weeks. But Scott is ready for it. Like every winter, the Olson's chimney will smoke for a long time. Montana, 2 people per square mile. It's wild, it's huge, and here, only the toughest can survive. Rick and Nathaniel are big game hunters. For them, every season is the start to a new adventure.
Fun, excellent.
Scott and Jerry know the mountains better than anyone. They are trappers and proud of it.
I think I may have got one.
The Hollandbecks and Arthans have maintained their family ranch for generations. And they're ready to do whatever it takes to make it last for generations to come.
I'll get the last one.
Welcome to Montana, the land of the Wild West.
Got a kitten track. Okay.
Oh my gosh, big herd elk. Wow.
soft as a flannel diaper.
These are powerful little traps. Whacked.
Lucy? Woohoo! Moving now, buddy.
That's how it is around here, I guess.
In Montana, there are strict rules for wildlife hunting. During the winter, only a few species of large predators can be hunted, and only in accordance with the quotas set by the government to regulate their population. Among them, one of the most difficult to track is the cougar. Here, it is called the mountain lion. In the southern part of the state, in the heart of the Beartooth Mountains, the Montana authorities evaluated and determined that only 5 mountain lions are allowed to be taken by hunters in this region for this winter. And Casey is one of the best mountain lion trackers. This year, he's trying his luck with Rick Metzik, an old big game hunter. But on their first attempt, Rick unfortunately broke his quad on the middle of the mountain. The two hunters were forced to abandon their hunt, to Rick's great despair.
You know, this really sucks.
And the return of the hunt also did not go as planned. The rear transmission of his quad completely exploded during the expedition.
When I got back from the December hunt and got my ATV in the shop and tore things apart, found out that some serious stuff had come undone in there. I wasn't able to get the parts I needed at that time, and I still hadn't been able to repair my ATV.
But for Rick, the failure of the quad was not the biggest issue. He was most disappointed that he didn't find a mountain lion, an animal he has not yet had the chance to hunt.
I've hunted pretty much everything in North America. Varmints, fox, coyotes, birds, ducks, geese, antelope, deer, buffalo, pursuing a mountain lion. It was a new challenge. I was anxious to try to be successful at that. After the first hunt and with the failure of my ATV, that was a disappointment in itself, but it was kind of like an appetizer to want to do more. And I mean, we've barely scratched the surface of what lion chase and lion hunt is all about.
But Rick is not the type to give up. This morning, Casey offered him a chance to try again. And this time, the weather conditions are ideal for a mountain lion hunt. It snowed the past several days in the mountains, and this thick layer of fresh snow will allow them to easily spot the animal's tracks. Rick visits his friend Stacy, who lives near town. Stacy offered to loan his ATV specially equipped with tracks, perfect for these kinds of conditions.
So I suppose I'm going to be indebted to you forever for the use of this. What's the tricks to this?
All right, I'll get on there.
Oh, all right. Oh. All right, here we go. Oh, the on-off thing?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, and this will be the starter.
Back it out, and then we'll go get some gas.
Do I look good?
No.
What can I do to make that happen?
You lost that years ago.
All right, I'll see if I can get there from here.
All right.
You want to ride?
No.
Rick has to bring the quad to the other side of the garage to fill up. Using humor as a mask, the hunter doesn't want to show how unsure of himself he really is.
It's the same. Okay, I think I'm going to move.
Well, then get out of the way.
You're there.
How's that, huh? Now I'm gonna have to show you how this dog likes to run.
He gave me a demonstration of what it would do and how it would do, and I was totally impressed. He flew around there like some kid at the racetrack. I think he could probably climb a tree with this thing.
After this little trial run, Casey joined Rick, and the two hunters are ready to go.
Thanks so much for the use of your machine.
You're welcome. You guys have fun.
Well, we'll try.
For Rick and Casey, this is the beginning of a new adventure to find a mountain lion in the heart of the Beartooth Mountains. Meanwhile, about 10 miles from the little town of Jackson, Scott Olson is getting ready for a hard day. Yesterday, when he went to pick up the traps he had placed at the other end of his property, he noticed that one of his fences had been broken by a moose. Undoubtedly, this served as a barrier to his momentum. A moose can be more than 2 meters high and weigh up to 1,500 pounds. More often than not, the animal moves along at a quick walk or trot, but when it launches into a gallop, it's able to exceed 30 miles per hour.
The moose is an animal built to travel through the snow and is an animal that can get over those tall fences fairly easily, even better than a horse by far. But they also are kind of hard on the fences, which is one of the reasons I went with the log jackleg fence in the first place, because it holds up much better overall than a barbed wire fence that the moose just trampled down. But occasionally, a moose, just to irritate me a little bit, will knock one of those poles or break it.
It took Scott 3 years to build this huge wooden fence, and he's extremely proud of it. Thanks to this structure, he's able to allow his 2 horses, Ghost and Cochise, to roam free around the property. As soon as he discovers a break in the fence during one of his outings, he immediately tends to it with his tools and chainsaw.
Part of living in the wilderness is abiding by their rules, and when a moose takes down a fence or trees fall on the fence, it has to be repaired regardless of rain, snow, sun, sleet, or conditions. So you pick and choose your battles. I pick to do it in the daylight.
With a moose knocking down a pole, they not only do the damage to the fence, but they create a trail. The horse sees the trail. They'll be drawn to that area and want to climb over that fence. Then I gotta go catch the horses out in the wilderness that's not fenced, and that creates a real problem. I might lose the horse. I might have the horse die of starvation out there. There's nothing to eat out there. When nature shows you a problem, address it, move on.
To get to the fence faster, Scott decides to cut through the woods. But as usual in the wild, everything doesn't go as planned. A tree blocks the path that Scott needs to take, and what was to be a shortcut turns into lost time.
In the winter, occasionally you'll get strong winds come through, especially with these storms, and they'll drop trees.
The forest is very dense in this area, so being on snowshoes and with all that snow, it's impossible for Scott to get around the obstacle. Fortunately, he has an asset with him, his chainsaw. But he first has to detach it from his sled, and he can't be in a hurry to do that.
Everything just takes a little more time in the winter. It's just one of the things you live with. You kind of learn over the years, though, what kind of knots to tie that'll come loose, because you're going to have to undo these ropes when it's cold and things don't work as well. So a little foresight can save you some aggravation. Even simple motions, such as turning around with snowshoes on, is a lot harder. And so every step you take just requires a little bit of thought.
and stability. What lends a little bit of danger to this is the fact that I'm on snowshoes, so I have to make sure as I'm cutting this that I have freedom of movement because I don't have the ability to jump out of the way of a chainsaw that may bounce around. So we're going to go about it slowly and precisely and get this cut.
Problem solved for Scott Olson. It's time to hit the trail again. The evening is approaching, and the fence absolutely has to be fixed today. At the same time, further north, in the city of Great Falls, Montana's biggest rodeo champions compete for the final competition of the season. Henry and Sarah arrived in town that same morning after a 6-hour drive from their ranch in Molt. They came with their son, Rhett, just 9 months old, who's going to see for the first time his father compete. The competitions will last for 3 days. This first day allowed all the competitors to warm up in a relaxed setting. But tonight, things will start to get heated. The stands of the Great Falls Arena are packed, and the atmosphere is tense as the first night begins. In a few moments, it will be Henry Hollandbeck's turn to enter the arena. He's the man to beat. At the moment, he's the leader. Henry is about to compete in tie-down roping, during which the cowboy must catch a calf with his lasso, turn the animal over on the ground, and tie 3 of its feet together with a rope that the competitor keeps between his teeth. All that as quickly as possible. Again this year, Henry is first in the general ranking at the end of all season rodeos. If he completes his 3 events without taking too much risk, he should be able to retain his title.
Just catch, try to be as fast as you can, but don't do anything stupid.
With all his years of competition behind him, Henry has become known on the circuit for his reliability and consistency.
And that's what people see in me, that guy never misses. All year long, you know, I'm not the fastest guy out there, but more than likely I'm gonna catch. I'm not gonna win first every time, but I will place. And that's what I want people to see in me. That's what I strive for, is I'm gonna catch every calf.
In the arena, the audience is anticipating the champion's run. Sarah's starting to get more stressed. She sits alongside Henry's parents, who've also traveled to Great Falls for this.
I swear I get more nervous and sitting in the stands than he is on that horse because I know how much that sport means to him, and you got to be on your game every night at that circuit finals, or else, I mean, you're not gonna leave a champion.
This is Hank Hollandbeck, all-around champion of the circuit, tie-down roping.
For Henry, the time has come to enter the arena. After opening the gates, the calf escapes at high speed. In just 3 seconds, like a long repeated choreography in training, Henry throws his lasso to land perfectly around the animal's neck. But the speed of the toss caused the lasso to completely miss going over the calf's nose. And as Henry jumps from his horse, the calf raises its head and manages to escape.
When he went out and he missed that calf, I thought, oh no.
In the bleachers, all is quiet. The champ is devastated, and no one really knows how it happened.
It just barely missed his nose, and it was heartbreaking because that was the sellout crowd. That's when everybody was there, and I kind of failed myself there. I feel ashamed, and I feel terrible. It was my little boy's first circuit finals.
Henry doesn't score any points on this run. The title will be determined in the next 2 rounds. And this time, Sarah knows Henry cannot afford to make any mistakes.
What I was most worried for was if that got in his head for the following nights, and I was just praying that like he could just put that one aside and still go out and do his best the second and third night.
It's the end of the first round for the competitors of the Montana State Finals. After months of competing and traveling to rodeos organized across the state, the championship will be determined on the last 2 days of the season. In the small town of Ennis, Jerry Clark, the trapper, just finished his trapping season. All the animal furs he collected during the winter are now in his workshop, ready to be sold at auction. The old trapper spent several weeks in the mountains near Quake Lake, an area he's particularly fond of and where no one else dares to venture. While examining his traps, he felt that this season was not like the others, so he decided to remove his traps earlier than usual.
Trapping was a challenge this year. I didn't do a lot of trapping due to the number of animals and the animal sign that I was seeing in the area I was trapping. I didn't want to trap it real hard. Looks like we're in a down cycle, so we'll take it a little bit easy for a year or two, build our numbers back up.
But Jerry still managed to collect some nice pieces that should sell well on the fur market.
The word on the market this year was that long fur was going to be in demand. So I primarily went after coyotes.
Trappers are often called on by ranchers to lay traps for coyotes. The animals cause a lot of problems for ranchers during the birthing season.
They can get a young calf or a young lamb without much problem. They can raise heck with the ranchers. So the ranchers will sometimes, if they're having a coyote problem, they'll call me, want me to come out and take these coyotes out, and I'll go get them for them.
This season, Jerry caught 7 coyotes in his traps and a few other animals whose furs will also be sold on the market.
We got 3 red fox. This is a ermine, long-tail ermine, skunk.
The price can vary greatly depending on the species, but also because of the quality and color of the fur.
I've got 3 bobcats here, kind of on the small side, but they'll bring a good price at market. The bobcats in this particular area of Montana are the best bobcats anywhere in the United States. I've sold bobcats for $1,700, whereas other places like Kansas, Nebraska, Texas, average on bobcats is probably $30. These guys here, these are my pride and joy.
But this year, the animal that Jerry targeted as a priority is the pine marten. Very fashionable on the markets, but extremely difficult to catch.
All right.
And Jerry's probably one of the best marten trappers in Montana, and maybe even in the entire United States.
They bring a good price because there's not a lot of them caught. You see how his fur is nice and dark and even all the way through. You can match these marten up to make coats out of them. See, these 2 marten are almost all alike. They could very well be family members. If you have a nice marten, top quality, extra large, dark marten, you can get up to $250 for it.
Jerry sends his furs directly to a Canadian company specializing in selling furs from North American trappers.
You never know what you're going to get. But these international fur auctions, they have a lot of foreign buyers, Russia, China, Greece, Italy, Korea. There will be several $1 million worth of fur at this auction. It's the biggest sale of the world. So I hope we'll do well there. Bag these guys up. Hate to see those fur leave the shop. You know, I enjoy going out there every night, working on the fur and feeling the fur and looking at it hanging. So I bag it up and ship it. It's kind of a down day. It's really a down day. I'm sad for a while. But then, you know, that's the way it works. That's what you got to do. I don't like to see the fur leave, but I like to see the check come in too.
For Jerry, it's time to separate from his furs and send them to Canada. In the Beartooth Mountains, Rick Matzik and Casey Kircher are ready to embark on a mountain lion hunt. In Montana, the hunt for mountain lions is done with dogs, specially trained to track animals. This kind of hunting can be long and very intense because this feline is one of the most agile animals in the mountains. Its racing speed can reach 50 miles per hour. It can jump rocks and climb trees.
There's no way a human can actually keep up with a mountain lion. Mountain lions run way too fast for a human to catch. Dogs are the only way to go when we're hunting mountain lions. Their nose is absolutely incredible. What they can smell, just their agility too is amazing.
There we go.
The principle of stalking is to let go of the dog as soon as the hunters find a track. The job of the dog is to catch up with the cat and force it to take refuge in a tree to give the hunters time to get there.
When the dogs get close to the lion, you can actually hear them and you're close enough to hear them. They have a certain bark, or a bay is what we call it. And that's how we determine whether they're treed or not.
Casey hunts with his dog Cash, one of the best mountain lion dog trackers in the area. Cash is equipped with a GPS collar that allows Casey to keep track of his progress while tracking once he started on the mountain lion's trail.
Now, the radio collar you got on, what kind of range you got on that?
9 mile.
9?
Line of sight, that's 9 miles.
Okay.
So if he gets like...
How does it work if it's down in a canyon or...
It'll lose...
It'll lose it?
Yeah, but it still keeps the track on him and I can tell where he's been at, so...
All right, now like on terrain like this, if we get up there and cut a track, you just turn Cash loose on the track, and then what do? Position ourselves?
We'll wait, and I'll watch the GPS and kind of see what's happening.
All right, well, you lead on, I'll follow you.
Rick and Casey begin to survey the area in search of fresh mountain lion tracks along the trail. During the first hours of the day, they don't find anything, but the odds are about to turn for the two hunters.
After we got up to the top of the mountain, we determined, well, there's nothing up here, so we went back down, and we were en route to check another place, and I got a phone call from a buddy that said he had a nice tom track over on his place.
When Casey got the call from his friend Norm that he'd found a fresh lion track back behind his ranch, at that point, the excitement levels raised. Well, are we ready?
Yep.
Cash, are you ready?
He's ready.
He's ready?
With their two quads, the hunters are ready to face the adventure. Together, they're now heading to the place where Casey's friend Norm spotted fresh tracks at the edge of the wood. Once there, the excitement of the two dogs begins to climb a notch. There are mountain lion tracks all over the place, and they are very promising.
Rick?
Yeah?
Did you see these ones?
No, I didn't.
I knew right away that, yeah, we had a nice cat to go chase after.
Well, this is lovely.
Yes, it is.
Just lovely.
maybe 150 plus pounds.
A big male, the most popular prize for a mountain lion tracker. And according to the tracks he left in the snow, the animal must be nearby.
I could tell it was really fresh because we had fresh snow that morning and the track was fluffy and it wasn't melted at all. So I knew it was within a couple hours old and we could have a pretty good chance of getting it in the tree.
It was a really, what they call a hot track. I mean, it was very fresh. It was within 2 hours. At this point, again, the excitement levels raise another notch. It doesn't come much fresher, does it?
No.
They're turning the dogs loose on them right now. So the dogs are on the track now.
There we go.
Fun, excellent.
No time to waste. The dogs are released and they're already on the trail of the animal.
With fresh snow and a fresh track, the dogs can pick up on the scent a lot easier. We were definitely in a hurry because it's exciting. Letting loose on a lion and getting to chase it around the woods, it's exciting stuff, especially if you haven't done it before. And even if you have, it still gets to you.
Right in the heart of the Beartooth Mountains, the mountain lion hunt begins. In the Big Hole Valley, Scott Olson arrives at the place where the fence was broken by the passage of a moose. He is obliged to repair it as soon as possible, otherwise his 2 horses might escape.
Horses have a short memory. They can't always remember how to come back over, and they would just go to parts unknown, like over the divide, or over that divide, or over that divide, and then you've got a real problem on your hands because there's no food out there.
But the big layer of fresh snow that fell during the night will make Scott's mission even more difficult. Not necessarily the kind of chores you want to do when it's 30 below zero outside.
When you find problems out on the homestead, such as a fence being down, the feelings that you feel is one of a little bit of despair, because it's not what you planned on doing or wanted to do, and yet realizing that you've got to do it right now. You have no choice. This is what you've been given, and that's your life.
There's no time to waste for Scott. He knows the day is short.
I have beat down a little platform here. The name of the game is preparation, because I'm going to bring a pole over and I want to be able to walk on top of the snow and not be getting buried. I need to measure how far it is from there to there. So I'll come over here and put my snowshoe where I want and do natural steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 steps will do me. You don't want to go 5 because there's nothing worse than getting here with 5 steps and being a foot short.
But for Scott, the Big Hole Valley still provides an advantage. One doesn't need to travel very far to find the right materials to repair a wooden fence.
We're going to look for a butt end of about 5 inches, 4 to 5 inches. It's more or less uniform. And I want to cut a green tree because that will give me another 5 to 10 years of service on that rather than a dead tree, which is already dead and it will rot faster. So as I'm looking through the forest here on the place, I'm in the middle of what we call a dog hair stand of lodgepole pine. They're called lodgepole pine because lodgepole signifying the poles that the Native Americans used to hold up their lodges. So they're very uniform, thin-shaped, they're very long, and they taper nicely, and they're easy to cut down and readily available. And so these trees, when they are close together, they're very long and slender and just like an arrow straight.
For Scott, this forest is the perfect place, and it doesn't take long to find a tree that should do the trick.
As you can see, it's really tall, so I'm going to cut the length I need, and it's green. I can see up on top the green pine boughs. Now the problem is, this is kind of on a hill, so I want it to fall out. But falling a tree is not an exact science, and As I get it cut, I'm gonna try to push it to where I want. So I'm gonna beat down an area here so I have a good platform to work on. And if I need to get out of the way of the tree, I can get out of the way of the tree and get my saw out of the way. And that's the other thing about snow. You can't move as fast as you can on dry ground. So do some preparation, take your time, and it'll go as best as we can. Voila. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Successful operation. The dimensions of the trunk seem perfect. Scott has one last thing to do, and the fence should soon be repaired. Meanwhile, further north, in the town of Great Falls, Henry prepares for the last day of the season. In Montana, it's called Championship Sunday.
They call it Championship Sundays because everything that you do all year long comes down to one day.
After receiving 0 points on the first day due to his lasso failure, Henry catches up again on the second day. Because of a good score in steer wrestling, during which the cowboy has to catch a steer, he's still in the race to win the championship. After 9 months of competing, Henry will fight for the title on his last event of the season.
I knew I had something to prove to everybody and myself. I was the second roper out to compete. So I said, well, I just got to be as fast as I can and hope I win first, you know.
This time, Henry flies and leaves no chance for the calf with a time of 9.6 seconds.
I made a good run. The calf kind of gave me a little bit of fumble right when I went to flip him. You know, it cost me maybe 0.2 of a second and had a good smooth tie, and I felt good and felt consistent. I knew in my mind that I had a chance of winning.
But there are still 10 competitors left to go. The suspense is palpable in the arena. And at this point, no one knows who will be the champion.
I had to watch all the other 10 guys go. And I was more nervous then than I was when I competed, just because you had to watch the different scenarios play out. You know, if this guy does good or if this guy wins first, how much money is he gonna win?
I was getting kind of worked up at the end because they hadn't announced if he had won it yet because it was so close, so they still had to crunch numbers. And so I'm over there in my head, like, crunching numbers, like, oh, he has it, maybe he doesn't, maybe he does, And so I went and found his father in the stands, and I'm like, what do you think? And he's like, Sarah, you just gotta let it all pan out, and whatever happens, it'll happen. I was like, okay, you're right, calm down.
It's time for the judges to calculate the scores from all the events so they can reach their verdict.
The tie-down roping and the all-around winner, the year-end titleist, I believe for the third consecutive time, from Moult, Montana, Hank Hollandbeck.
And with a purse of $23,400, it's Henry Hollandbeck, nicknamed Hank on the circuit, who wins the title.
just won the all-around. It was a close race. Had a good day, but it's been a long weekend. Wish it started now, but it's ending.
Henry left with the championship saddle for all categories, but most importantly, with the pride of winning the title in front of his sons.
Anytime he gets to take a saddle home from that competition, you know, he's worked his butt off for it. And it wasn't just about that weekend, it was about that whole summer of him going to rodeos and working hard and just the accumulation of the whole season. Very happy, very proud, and it was even more special to have our son there with us to share that. That was Rhett's first Circuit Finals rodeo. I mean, he was in my belly the previous year.
For the Hollandbeck family, this is the end of a very hard and long weekend of emotions. And now it's time to get back on the road.
We got to go home and get ready for lambing and start ranching home. Just get back to life as we know it and feeding animals in the morning.
Next year, Henry will once again put his title on the line, so his competitors have to work hard. The veteran's not going to give it away easily. Back in the small town of Ennis, Jerry Clark, the trapper, sends all of his animal furs that he's collected during the season to Canada. They'll be sold at auction in a few weeks. The gems he's carrying in the big white bag just might bring him several $1,000s.
You never know what you're gonna get. I've had $10,000, $12,000, $15,000 years. Good morning, Mark. How's it going, man?
Good. Got a handful.
Another year of furs. Headed to market.
What's the weight on here, Jerry, you know?
27 pounds. Right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. What kind of furs you got, asked for?
We got coyotes, fox, marten, bobcats.
Good haul.
Good haul. Hope the market's good this year.
Okay.
All right, good to go.
Got it.
All righty, man.
See you later. Good luck.
Yeah, good seeing you. Take care. Got rid of the furs. They're on the way to auction. Now I just have to worry about what price they're gonna bring. But I'm not too worried. My furs always bring good price. So have to wait another 9 months now to start another season. But I'm looking forward to it already.
It's the end of the season for Jerry Clark. Next year, as soon as the season opens, he'll return to the woods because that's where he feels best. He is a Montana trapper, and he intends to stay that way for a very long time.
Everybody knows that I'm a trapper. I like being alone in the woods. There's things out there that can hurt you, but if you keep your mind about you, you can survive here. Uh-huh. All right. I like the wild, and Montana is wild. One of the few best places that's left. Its rivers are wild, its mountains are wild, its wildlife is wild, and some of the characters here are wild. I'm one of them. I don't think I could ever leave Montana. It's me. That's it.
In the Big Hole Valley, Scott Olson has to finish repairing his fence. He was able to saw down a tree with a diameter that seems ideal to replace the log that the moose ripped off. He just has to check that the length is right. And it works. It's clearly obvious that this is not Scott's first time fixing a fence.
A lot of people will see you do chores out in the woods and they'll say, he looks so comfortable, looks so easy for you. That came from failure after failure after failure, trial and error. Learning what you need for a certain project and doing it so many times, it becomes repetitive.
We've got a barrier now to the moose. Put that on with some ring shank spikes. It's got a good, solid diameter. It's green, so it's gonna last a while. And it's nice and high, so as the moose comes up in the snow, it's not gonna have the ability to get over as easy. So all in all, it was a good day in the woods. I'm tired. It's time to head for home.
After several miles on snowshoes, 2 fallen trees and a repaired fence, Scott Olson's day was certainly not a restful one.
After you finish a job that you've had to do that's taken extra time, extra effort, extra planning, perhaps the snow conditions are miserable. It's cold, it's wet, windy. It is what it is. You kind of feel like you overcame nature just a little bit. You lived with nature and you came out the other side wiser and victorious. I would say the victories in the mountains are made up of a bunch of small victories that overall add up to success. So therefore, overall, you feel that contentment with knowing, I'm still here, throw another wrench at me. I'm still here, nature.
It's the end of the day for Scott Olson. He can finally go home, but he'll have to keep a close watch on his fence throughout the winter to make sure that his 2 horses can't escape. The mountain man knows what it takes to live life in the Big Hole Valley. Montana, 2 people per square mile. It's wild, it's huge, and here, only the toughest can survive. Rick and Nathaniel are big game hunters. For them, every season is the start to a new adventure.
Fun, excellent.
Scott and Jerry know the mountains better than anyone. They are trappers and proud of it.
I think I may have got one.
The Hollandbecks and Arthans have maintained their family ranch for generations. And they're ready to do whatever it takes to make it last for generations to come.
I'll get the last one.
Welcome to Montana, the land of the Wild West.
Got a kitten track.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, big herd elk. Wow.
Soft as a flannel diaper.
These are powerful little traps. Whacked.
Lucy? Woohoo! Moving now, buddy.
That's how it is around here, I guess.
In Montana, the month of March brings an end to the hardest days of winter. In large ranches across the state, snow gives way to mud, but it also brings about the birthing season. Close to the small town of Wilsall, everyone on the Arthan family ranch is ready to host nearly 450 new calves in the space of just a few weeks.
Yeah, they'll start to come. It's just the way it is. There's no math on some of this. It just go with it, wing it, get ready. It'd be brutal. This is sort of a mountainous area with maybe some more snow than a lot. You have to be prepared, or you're going to get caught with your pants down and lose some calves is what happens.
As soon as the calving season begins, the arrival of newborns is constant, day and night, and at breakneck speed.
We had 7 last night,
We probably had maybe 10 or 12 during the day. We're having about maybe 20, 15. You can have 4 in an hour, you know, or a half hour.
During the calving period, the entire family is on call. Rounds around the property are scheduled, and the cows and their calves are monitored closely to make sure that everything goes well.
Is he a good kid or not? He's a pretty good kid.
Easy, girl. Easy, girl. Just gotta make sure they all sucked or got up and sucked the cow and then tag them. As long as they've got up, sucked the cow, and they're tagged, I can kick them out, and the cow babysits them from then on.
But this morning, James identifies a problem with a calf that refuses to get up.
I went down to tag that little group of calves that was born during the night. Like there's 3 of them there, and I tagged them all. And the one, when I went to tag him, his ears were thick. And then I felt his feet, and his feet were swelled up, which is a sign of like he got pretty damn cold.
His mother seems to be totally disinterested in him. This is not too common in cows, but it endangers the survival of the newborn calf. Without his mother's milk, the calf will die in just a few hours if James doesn't intervene.
Easy, girls.
James immediately brings the calf back to the barn to try to save it. Back at Canyon Mountain, Nathaniel Browning attacked one of his most challenging winter projects, making the new bow he will use to hunt in the spring. It took him almost 15 years to perfect the skill that he's used to make all of his bows for hunting. For this new bow, he chose to use hickory, an extremely hard wood, but very flexible.
I'm debarking this hickory. It's not really that easy, but you get a lot of bark flying up in your face right now.
All I have is a piece of wood at that point, so I have to figure out where is the bow within that piece of wood and what does it want to be also. Come in contact with it, be a part of that wood for a little while, let it speak through me.
Nathaniel must first find the most consistent grain in the wood.
This next step is critical. So I have to take it down to this white wood here and then find one layer of grain running up and down the entire thing and take it down to just that single layer of grain. That'll make the strongest bow. If you violate the grain layers, you can break the bow. The bow will be weaker.
It might shoot all over the place and never be accurate, or what I've had happen to me is that bow just explodes in your hand when you're shooting it. It just blows up. And if you have a 60, 70 pound draw bow explode in your hands, you know it can be kind of a frightening experience.
It's not the right time for Nathaniel to make any mistakes. As he removes each layer of wood, he meticulously analyzes the grain to understand how it flows through it. He detects faults and locates the areas where the wood isn't as solid.
As you're working it, it's gonna kind of guide you and show you what it wants to be. You have to find the layer of grain that's going to be the straightest, the smoothest, the strongest.
You have to be patient to make a bow with your own hands. But Nathaniel Browning has time, and he intends to make this bow the best one he's ever built. Meanwhile, near Molt, at the Hollandbeck Ranch, Sarah and her little son Rhett have a busy day planned. Henry's been away for a week. He went to Florida to take part in the United States Rodeo Championship Finals. But even in his absence, the ranch must continue to operate. And a few days ago, the lambing season started. This winter, the Hollandbecks expect no less than 3,000 lambs. So when the sheep begin to give birth, the Hollandbecks better be ready to welcome the newborns in very large numbers.
During peak lambing time, you can get anywhere from 10 lambs a day to 100 lambs a day. It's just kind of dependent on how things are going.
Every day, Sarah has to make her rounds to ensure that things are going well for the flock. First, she closely watches the recently born lambs. They've been placed in small pens close to the barn and warmer, so she can intervene in case of any problems. After the lamb inspection, Sarah goes to the paddock where the sheep have been put who are ready to give birth. She watches for the slightest sign that a sheep is starting to go into labor.
Sometimes if they're already in labor, they'll be laying down and pushing, like having in contractions. Sometimes they'll have discharge coming from their back end, and that's a sure tell sign that something's going on.
At this exact moment, this sheep appears to be on the verge of giving birth to a lamb.
Usually we'll let the ewe try and, once she's noticeably been in labor for like an hour, then we gotta step in, because if you wait any longer, usually the lambs will die, and then she can die too.
It's obvious that this ewe is having a problem and labor isn't progressing. Sarah has to step in.
Nothing was really progressing. When they start lambing, you'll see like a foot or a head, and then you know eventually things are gonna go and she can push it out, but I wasn't seeing any of that.
Although she's a bit awkward with Rhett in the sling, Sarah has no choice. She has to help the sheep deliver and get her into the barn as soon as possible.
This ewe is going through a major situation in her life. She's giving birth, so you don't want to stress her out more than she already is. So to get her into the barn, you want to do it in the least traumatic, stressful situation that you can. The great thing with sheep is they react with little movement. So what I just tried to do was go slowly behind her, and hopefully a few other ewes went into the barn before her to help guide her in there.
Sarah's first mission was successful. The sheep is in the barn. Now it's time to put Rhett down so she can catch the female and put her in a pen. The ewe seems particularly frightened, but time is running out, and Sarah has to intervene as soon as possible. The ewe and her lamb could die within the next few minutes. Back in western Montana, in the Big Hole Valley, Scott Olson went into the woods to check his traps. He hopes to catch his 6th marten of the season. This will be his last one this winter because the trapper doesn't want to threaten the number of species in the region by trapping too many animals. But today, all his traps have been empty. He spent the night in his little trapper's shack, a dwelling that he built in the middle of the woods all by himself. A good night's sleep will allow him to prepare for a new day in the woods. On this morning, after 2 hours of walking, Scott will soon reach his most remote set of traps, and the first signs are rather encouraging.
This is a pine marten trail. You can see that it's dragging its body because it sits very low to the ground. The steps are about a foot apart. You can distinctly see the foot. It's going this way. There's the heel, there's the toes, so it's going this way. It wanders through the woods, and that's how it finds its meat or its bait or its animal that it wants to kill.
Scott adds very strong scents around his traps that he makes from beaver glands mixed with cinnamon. They can attract martens from great distances.
So my trap is about 500 yards that way. So maybe he will go catch a whiff at the scent and go investigate. And that's what I'm hoping for. But this is a distinct pine marten trail. So therefore I know we have pine marten in this area, and that's a good sign.
The day promises to be a fruitful one for the trapper.
Well, there's something hanging in the trap. I think I may have got one.
At about 50 yards away, I could see a dark form hanging from the trap. Immediately, you feel this adrenaline surge, this happiness, saying, yes, I got an animal. But getting closer, it turned into more of a black and white issue. It was a skunk.
A skunk, an animal whose fur is worth 5 times less than that of a marten. But even worse, it smells horrible, really horrible.
It wasn't what I was after. It was not what I was after as far as smell went either. You not only caught an animal, you caught a skunk. That's going to require a little more time to skin, to tan, to salvage, and having to go home and tell Suzy that I hadn't quite got the animal that I wanted, but I brought you home something.
Despite the disappointment, Scott doesn't intend to give up his catch of the day. He could probably make a hat with the fur and sell it to one of his customers.
A very plain hat just made out of the skunk fur will probably sell for around $50.
To deal with the skunk, Scott has to take maximum precautions and avoid touching it.
Had I gone home with that smell, I venture to say I wouldn't be sleeping in a log house that night.
A long walk now awaits Scott Olson. After 2 days in the forest, it's time for the trapper to go home. Close to the small town of Wilsall, the Arthan family ranch is in the midst of calving. James has just found a calf who's in danger. His mother's not interested in him, and he's gotten too cold outside during the night.
This calf was born last night, I'm like 3 or something. His feet were kind of swelled up and his ears were swelled up, and he hadn't sucked his cow yet. I brought him down here and put him in the hot box to get warmed up.
The hot box is a type of incubator for calves where the newborns can warm up for a good hour.
You throw them in the hot box and it kind of thaws them out. Gets their temperature back up to normal.
This is Kale, James's mother-in-law, who's taking care of the newborn. Because the calf's mother refuses to let her suckle, she's going to feed the calf herself.
I'm heating up water to make powdered colostrum for the calf in the hot box. Colostrum is the first milk, and it's the same in cows as it is in people. It's the milk that's full of not only nutrition, but a lot of antibodies. So it keeps them healthy for the first few months of life. Helps them fight infection. There's a window from 1 hour to 24 hours that they have to get that colostrum. If they don't get it within those, they're probably not going to do well.
But despite several attempts, the calf seems to be having trouble feeding from the bottle.
He can't seem to get his tongue figured out to suck right. I tried to get him to take it from the bottle, but he didn't seem to have any sucking instinct. And I wanted him to get that colostrum. Yes.
The calf has to drink the milk or it will not survive. Kale has no choice. She has to do it the hard way. She's going to introduce a long tube directly into the stomach of the calf.
I basically placed the tube down the calf's throat, and it goes hopefully down into their stomach. And then I tip the bottle up, and the colostrum runs down into the calf's stomach. And then when it's done, I pull the tube out. Magic. When they get sick, we have to use these to make sure they stay hydrated. Before they invented those, it was pretty hard to keep a calf alive. Okay, you. We check their temperature with their mouth, because calves' body temperature is a lot warmer than ours is. So if they're a good temperature, it feels warm to us. He's warm now. He wasn't earlier, so.
Finally, some good news. The calf's body temperature has risen. Now, in order to ensure that this little one survives, the second phase of the operation, and probably the most critical, has to go smoothly. Find it a new mommy.
Come on, baby, you can go out here.
At Canyon Mountain, Nathaniel Browning has made progress in the making of his new bow. It has to be completed for the opening of the next hunting season.
But will probably only be about this tall. This is gonna be a Cherokee style long bow. So it's really gonna end up being about 8 to 10 centimeters across. That's the center.
The piece of wood he's chosen has been gradually refined. As he's working, Nathaniel approaches the moment of truth. He'll soon know if the grain of wood he chose to make his bow was the right one. In his shop, Nathaniel has to move to the finishing phase. This is perhaps the most delicate phase. To work the wood to obtain the final thickness and shape of the bow.
You can also make a big mistake doing that. You really mess the whole thing up. I'd rather just approach it slowly, get towards it, but it takes hours and hours. Just a little bit at a time. Learning what the wood's telling you. The feel for the wood itself. And the bow stave, like where there's stiffer spots and where there's spots that bend more. Right here, I got it pretty close to, this is about as thin as I want to get there. So I got to take some more material off of up here to kind of match that. Then we'll see how it bends. It'll start to bend a little bit. So now I got a stick that's starting to bend and maybe on its way to being a bow. So getting the first little bend out of this means it's about time for me to stop with the draw knife, and I'll start using a rasp on it to slowly work it down. This process takes twice as long as this other part does.
It's the final sanding for Nathaniel. He'll soon be able to test the effectiveness of his new bow. Near Molt, the Hollandbeck's ranch is in the midst of lambing. On her tour of the stalls, Sarah discovers a sheep who doesn't seem to be delivering normally. She had to catch her and put her in a pen so she could help the sheep deliver her little one.
I had a bad feeling that I was gonna have to end up assisting at some point, so I made the decision to get her into the barn to look more closely, see what was going on, and get more hands-on.
Sarah put Rhett in his little sled on the other side of the fence. The baby seems to be carefully following the whole operation.
And you want to try and find a head. I don't know if that's what I felt 2 feet and the head was kind of back, which is weird. Normally when they come out of the birth canal, their head is very close to their front feet. And that wasn't really the case. I also just had a feeling it was time to pull the lamb because she'd been in labor for quite a while.
After a few minutes, Sarah manages to get the little lamb out.
It's alive. Come on, buddy. Initially, I thought it was dead. When I pulled it out, I was like, oh man, this is not good. But then it started breathing. Come on, buddy. So you just gotta make sure he keeps breathing. But when they spend a long time in the birth canal, it takes them a little longer to come to. It was a little raspy, which made me think that it had some fluid in its lungs, which is not great either. I gave it a good 50-50 shot. I didn't like that it wasn't really perking up right away, but also it was alive and breathing.
The ewe is still in shock. For now, she seems too traumatized to take care of her little one. Sarah tries to put the lamb near her. The little one must suckle to regain strength, and even more importantly, to create a connection with its mother. Otherwise, it won't survive. But Sarah knows her role is over. She now has to let the ewe do her thing.
A lot of the times, you don't want to force animals to do things. They have a natural instinct that they're born with, and you just hope that that takes over. Sheep are very aware of what's going on around them, I think. And so I thought, you know what, let me just give them some time to recover from what just happened and let the ewe lick the lamb off and let the lamb kind of have a minute or two to gain its strength and hopefully try and stand up on its own.
Sarah will be back at the barn in a few hours. Then she'll know if the chances of survival for the little lamb have increased. Further west in the Big Hole Valley, Scott Olson finally returns home after 2 days spent in the woods checking his traps. He was looking for his 6th and last pine marten of the season, but instead, he ended up catching a skunk, an animal whose foul smell would scare anyone off. The trapper dragged it behind him throughout his return journey.
Well, we got the skunk back, and we pulled it behind me so that I wouldn't have to carry it, get all that scent on me. Plus, it just adds the skunk scent, covers my scent through the woods. So the next animal comes along assumes a skunk's been there.
But Scott's day isn't over yet. It's impossible for him to immediately take care of the fur in his workshop or even to store it in the open air. The smell is still way too strong.
Because the animal's dead, it doesn't necessarily get rid of the smell.
In cases like these, Scott has a very special technique. He heads to the river located right behind his house. It's still completely frozen by the extreme winter temperatures, but just below the bridge is a dam made by beavers living in the area. Scott can take advantage of their dam to hang his catch of the day and let it soak in the cold water.
Even though it's frozen on the river, below the dam, still running waters. I'll leave it there for a day to 3 days, then take it out and skin it, and there won't be any smell as long as I stay away from the castor glands. If I do that, it will be skinned out and tanned with literally no smell. And it's a nice hide.
Scott just needs a little more patience. In a few days, he'll come back for the skunk, and this time, he won't get off the hook so easily. He'll have to finish the job. Near the small town of Wilsall, James Dunkel and Cale Arthan, his mother-in-law, try to save the life of a young calf who's abandoned by its mother. They were able to warm it up in an incubator and give it its first doses of milk to increase its chances of survival. Now, they have to find it a new mommy. And this morning, a calf was found dead in the pens.
When did this one come out?
I was feeding down here and she was calving, and then she was messing around, and then I went to go get a four-wheeler, and by the time I got back, she had the head and shoulders out, and he was dead.
It's one of those unfortunate things about any animal husbandry. They don't all live. We wish they did, and we come pretty close.
But the death of this calf at birth will offer a chance for survival to the one who was abandoned by its mother.
I guess we can skin it. Bring that cow in, or I can take her somewhere.
I got her in. She's here now.
James will use a very special technique that only a few ranchers in Montana are capable of performing. He'll remove the skin of the dead calf to cover the live calf and put it in the same enclosure with the cow who's just lost her calf.
Just enough to go over the rear end of the calf, basically, and go down the sides a ways.
I just made a little coat out of that calf's hide. Cut a little sleeve to fit over his head here. And I got one leg hole here and another leg hole over here and two in the back. And you just slip their legs through them and their head through that. And you just throw the calf in there with her and let her smell the back end. And she's like, yep, that's my calf. And the cow doesn't know the difference. Go put it on there.
James now has to put the calf's skin on the newborn and hope that the jacket fits.
Here, get up, kiddo.
Pretty cute.
The cow that has just lost its calf at birth is introduced into the barn. James will reunite the female with the calf that is now covered in the skin of her newborn. Either the cow will recognize the smell of her baby, or she'll realize that it's not him and will not let him approach her.
If she doesn't like him right away, she'll walk up and smell him and then not just kind of act like he isn't even there. And then if he goes to suck, she'll just kick the shit out of him. Oh, worked, by God, she loves him.
James' technique worked for the cow, and the mom immediately accepts the new calf.
Now I just gotta get the calf to think that's his mom, and then I'll be a winner.
After some hesitation, it is the calf's turn to approach his new mother to suckle.
We got a winner on. She likes him.
Likes him? Good. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a new lease on life. That'd be good.
Successful mission for James. His technique worked, and thanks to him, the calf will survive. He should be satisfied. He knows that Ron and Cale, his in-laws, have been fighting for years to keep the maximum number of calves alive after birth to make the ranch run at optimum efficiency. He's once again proven that he's fighting alongside them.
You won't have a wire nut, would you, Ron? Hey, girl. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. So, ranch represents Granddaddy's sweat and tears because he worked his ass off. They put up with a lot of shit, let's just say that. Hopefully my generation can measure up and keep it running, I guess.
Yeah, he's Mr. Patience. The rest of us are nut jobs.
Today, Ron and Cale know that they can count on James and Haley and their 2 sons, Waylon and Wyatt. And every day, James is determined to show them that the future of the ranch holds great promise.
I didn't go to school very long, but I grew up ranching. It's just all I know, and I really don't want to go do anything else. It's my life.
At the Arthans, the calving season will continue for a few weeks. But thanks to the harmony and work of all the members of the family, the herd is in good hands. At Canyon Mountain, after days of working the wood, Nathaniel Browning is finally ready to test his new bow. He has to first make sure that it's flexible enough to be stretched without breaking.
Here comes a moment of truth. Let's see what it does. Looks good. Nice even bend all the way across it. Now I gotta pull it, see what it does when I pull it back and how heavy it really is. But when you do that, you also are pushing the limits to what the bow wood will actually take. So this bow is kind of right at the absolute limit of what this wood can stand before it breaks. Ooh. I think it's gonna shoot really good. So this is gonna be the first shot with the new bow. Not bad. A couple more and see what it feels like. Maybe I'll pull it back a little bit further each time until I get it back to full draw and see how it really shoots full on. Let's hit it.
Nathaniel has to check both the power and accuracy of his arrows, because once he's on the hunt, it often takes him several days to track down an animal. He only has one shot to drop his prey.
Looks like it hits with a lot of power. Still got a good bend in it. Didn't hear any cracking or popping on it, so I think it's gonna stay together. Time will tell, but so far, this is gonna be a pretty darn good bow. Nice short size, so it's maneuverable in the woods, easy to carry.
I'm happy with it. Feels like an extension of my arm at this point.
The first tests of the new bow are promising, and for Nathaniel, this means the end of a very long winter on the slopes of Canyon Mountain.
It was a really harsh winter. A lot of areas got a lot of snow. A lot of places got a lot of really bitter cold, lots of wind that can drive people a little bit crazy, out of their minds, and can be really taxing physically on you as well as mentally. But at the same time, you know, when you live here through the winter, it adds a certain edge. It makes you stronger and more resilient, a little bit tougher than all the rest. But then you get this great reward of, wow, look at this beautiful area that we're in.
Thanks to the long hours spent in the wilderness and in his workshop, Nathaniel was able to make many new tools and learned even more about some of the wildlife. Each winter gives him a chance to continue to improve his skills, which he borrows from the traditions of the first Indians of the Great West.
Yeah, I'm ready for the next hunting season to get here as soon as it can.
Further east, near Molt, 1 night has passed since Sarah helped the ewe to give birth. Always accompanied by Rhett, she returns to the barn to check on the progress of the little lamb.
I decided to go back and check the lamb, make sure it was up and nursing, because at that point, if it wasn't up, then something was wrong.
And this morning, the baby's condition is encouraging. With a little help from Sarah, the ewe lets her lamb suckle and enjoy her milk.
I got it up under its mother and made it nurse and got some good colostrum. That first milk that the ewe has, it's full of nutrients to get that animal going. And so I knew that's the most important part to getting a lamb up and healthy, is to making sure it's got that milk in its belly. It nursed really well. It was a little wobbly on its feet, but I figured, had a traumatic birth, just needed some extra time and extra attention.
Without Sarah's help, the ewe and her little one would not have survived. For the young Californian who had to adapt to the hard life of ranching, this is a new victory.
Before, I would have been scared to death of what if I can't do it right? What if the lamb's dead? What if I kill the ewe? What if this all happened? Yeah, now this is my life, pulling lambs out of ewes. I mean, it's weird because it's just second nature to me now. Even with my son sitting next to me, it's like a huge accomplishment.
Hi, honey. Hi. Where's my goods?
Even in the absence of Henry, Sarah is no longer afraid to manage the ranch by herself, together with her son. The young Californian has, without a shadow of a doubt, become a real Montana rancher. Further west in the Big Hole Valley, several days have passed since Scott Olson deposited the skunk he had trapped in the woods into the river. It's time to go get the animal, and especially to see if the smell is now bearable.
Much better. Much better. Now I can take him and go skin him out, not have all the smell to deal with. Ugh.
He heads to the workshop for a very delicate operation. Even if the time in the river alleviated the bad smell, he'll still have to be very careful.
A skunk has a scent gland. It sits right about here and right about here. So when a skunk gets scared, lifts its tail, it sprays out a very strong scent there. I've washed this skunk in peroxide and a little bit of detergent and a little bit of baking soda, so now it doesn't have any smell. But if I hit, as I'm cutting down, if I hit those scent glands, it's going to go poof, and I'm not going to be able to go home for a couple weeks. We've left this area around the anal opening, so the glands are right in here. We're gonna miss those because we stayed away. So now this will be ready to flesh and stretch and then dry. So I've still got to take all of this meat off here, and that's what the fleshing part is for. But you end up with a pretty nice hide when it's all done for making things, hats, whatever article you want to use, a black and white fur on. So even though it wasn't the catch that I wanted, a pine marten, it's still a salvageable animal for market.
Scott didn't achieve his goal of 6 pine martens for the season, but with 5 marten skins and a skunk, the trapper's record is still pretty good.
I would have to rate this trapping season as very successful, getting prime fur Value-wise, if I sell the furs, I'll probably end up with $600 to $700. But making them into various items, what I'm going to be able to get is probably upwards of $1,000 to $1,500 off of that one animal.
After 5 months of snow and cold, the winter's about to end in Montana. Little by little, the landscape will regain its colors and the inhabitants will be able to enjoy the fact that they made it through another season, the most difficult of the year.
Steps are about a foot apart.
Scott and Jerry, the trappers, can now count their catches and sell their furs. Rick, Casey, and Nathaniel, the big game hunters, are going to have to be patient for a few more months before the opening of the next season. As for the Hollandbeck and Arthan families, they know that their animals survive the hardest part of the year, and with the hundreds of newborns to increase their herd sizes, their ranches will be profitable for another season. For them, the end of winter is a relief, but they all chose to live here, and they accept the rules. Next year, they'll face the winter all over again.
I'll be along shortly.
All right.
It was fun.